And we will begin with, do I have a motion from someone on the board for the adoption of the agenda?
I'll make a motion for a flexible agenda.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Ms. Knighting. We will take public comment at this time on flexible agenda. Seeing as there is none, we will move to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did you vote aye? Okay, I just didn't hear you. Sorry. Motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much. At this time, if everyone would please rise, and our student rep Jocelyn is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jocelyn. All right, at this time, we will begin our public hearing. Do we just go straight into that, or I vaguely remember we close and open again?
You can call Miss Estes up to the podium and then we can start the hearing.
Okay.
Do we need to make a motion for a flexible agenda?
We already did.
Oh, you did. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
President Wagstaff, can we confirm that Trustee Zinke is online?
Yes, we can. Mr. Zinke, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, then, Miss Estes, we will turn the time over to you for presentation.
Sue Estes, Director of Business Services for the record. The final budget, I'm happy to say, has got a positive balance. And it was not easy to get to, but we are able to actually file this budget and stay within the confines of the law and with the budget. And it's very minimal. And I think as you see it, it's only got 48,000 or something. That is a positive balance. But due to the fact that we'd had 5.4 when we filed the budget before this, we've come a long way. There's just so many different things that we've had to actually address in this budget. We've had to, it's been kind of a hard situation to actually go through and have to remove so many positions. But, and I think overall, I think Frankie has done a fabulous job making that happen. It has not been an easy process. So I can just tell you from the tentative to the final, we've also removed an additional $1.9 million in salaries and benefits. That has allowed us to actually balance this budget. We did have an increase in our insurance. I think that's going to be heard in this meeting, that the estimate for our insurance went up quite a bit. And so I had to add an additional 80,000 into that particular budget. Our anticipation is hopefully being able to move some of our special ed people into the local plan next year. That's really an Amy decision, but I do think that that's kind of imperative that we actually do that based upon the cost of the special ed. And because of that, I actually reduced the transfer from the general fund to the special ed by $100,000. And honestly, if you look at the highlights, that's really the only things that we have actually done was to reduce the salaries and benefits, change the, actually it was only 60,000 for the insurance that we added. And that was it. And then the transfer to the special ed. There are so many variables. All the other funds, except for the special ed, have not been changed from the tentative budget. That has remained the same. The building and sites, capital projects, all of those will have probably big changes in December when we get ready to do that. And as you are well aware, this is not the end of what we have to do. Right now, to end up with a $48,000 ending fund balance is minimal at best, and we are really going to have to capture probably additional savings. Our hope is that we will come in with a bigger underspend than what we had projected. Right now, we have a $1.1 million underspend that we've changed in the current budget. And hopefully we'll be able to carry that forward. And it is the only reason that we are able to actually balance this budget, is that we are anticipating a bigger underspend than what we originally thought. So that's basically where we're at. We're going to be hit pretty hard with the Department of Taxation. We're sitting here on a fiscal watch, and so they'll be on us like, you know, and it's going to be something that they're going to be looking at very carefully every quarter. And Frankie has to go and plead our case each quarter, but we did that today, and it went very well. I think that they are prepared. They can see that we've tried to make big changes, and those changes have not been easy. So I think that they recognize the problems that are existing in the state. We are not alone when it comes to our enrollment being down. We're going to start having school districts year over year end up with this same problem. So the only thing that I think is a real good caveat is that if we end up losing more students than we anticipated, we would probably fit within that 5% of to where we could actually go back and capture hold harmless from the prior year quarter. And that's how they address that. They look at each quarter based upon what that same quarter had last year. And if it falls below that if it's above that 5%, then we would get the hold harmless from last year, which could be very helpful in our revenue. But right now, legislatively, they will not change that until they start the new process, and that's they have a recommendation on the table, I believe, to go from 5 to 3, which will also be helpful. But until that happens, this is what we get to live with. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what this budget is made up of. And as you can see, I don't know if because you probably can't remember each one, but you know, Frankie was actually talking about it. We've gone from $60 million in the budget to $45 million. That's a huge, huge cost that we've had to absorb, not the 15 million, but we've had to absorb that through the revenue and through the reduction in expenditures. So that's not an easy process, but it is what we are faced with now, and we'll probably be faced with for the next few years until we can stabilize with our enrollment and staffing with the enrollment cuts and stuff that we're going to have. So that's basically, unless you have any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Ms. Jackson?
I just wanted to comment and say thank you. I know that that was a lot of hard work, and I think it's a miracle that we have gotten to this point, and that the meeting was able to go well today is a huge testament because of that. So I just want to say thank you for your hard work on that, and we really appreciate all you've done for that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I will echo that. Yes.
Yes, and
Thanks.
thank you to our wonderful superintendent for doing all the hard work he's been doing. Good teamwork.
Yes. Well, this takes a team here, you know. But this is I don't know. We've never been faced with these kinds of things in Douglas County ever. You know, in my 47 years of being here, and I'm beginning to think that it's too long. When you go through something like this, you know, it just kind of discourages you to the point where if you can retire, you probably will. And so, you know, that is my intent, but not because of this. It's just time.
Well, thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay, at this time, we will open it up for public comment.
I will ask her to do.
Marcus, did you have any questions?
Nope, no, thank you.
Just making sure. All right, seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment at this time and bring it back to the board for a motion. Ms. Jackson?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the revised tentative budget as final for 2026-2027.
I'll second her motion.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jackson, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion, comments, questions? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we will go on to agenda item number 2, our DHS National Merit Recognition. Mr. Rex.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to present some very special student recognitions for some truly incredible achievements from a couple of amazing DHS Tigers. I would first like to share a little bit about the recognition itself to give you some perspective on how truly special this achievement really is. So to start, there are about 4 million graduating seniors in the United States this year, and about 1 million of those take the PSAT exam at some point in their high school career. Of those, the top 50,000 highest scoring students are then reviewed, and 16,000 of those 50,000 are then named semifinalists. Then, in order to advance in the competition and be considered for a National Merit Scholarship Award, a semifinalist has to become a finalist by fulfilling several more requirements, including submitting a detailed scholarship application, presenting a record of very high academic performance, and of course, a very, very, very high PSAT score to start with. About 7,000 of those 16,000 then go on to earn a National Merit Scholarship. So there are about 4 million high school seniors who will graduate in the U.S. this year, but about a little bit less than 7,000 total that earn this award. The selected winners are also designated on a state representational basis in proportion to population. So to each state's percentage of the national total. So this award is even rarer in Nevada. We don't have it. We're not as populated as some other states. So those are pretty tough odds, but I'm thrilled to share that we had a winner in 2024, a winner in 2025, and now incredibly 2 winners of this award in the class of 2026. Those winners are Jed Liu and Shannon Brady. Yeah. Different universities across the country offer varying scholarship amounts for the National Merit Award, and I'm proud to say the University of Nevada, Reno offers a full academic scholarship to National Merit winners. And I'm told really all or nearly all when it comes to room and board as well, and the meal plan and those sorts of things. And so Jed plans to attend UNR in the fall to study electrical engineering and perhaps earn a master's degree in math or physics. He has a passion for math and science and was also a varsity tennis player at Douglas High School this year. He would like to thank Mr. Petit for the rigorous and valuable experience in AP World History. And he would also like to thank Ms. Ensign and Mr. and Mrs. Brown for supporting him during his time at Douglas High School. Shannon plans to attend UNR in the fall to study biology, hopes to attend medical school someday, and eventually become an anesthesiologist. Shannon wanted me to share that she loved her art classes at Douglas High and was also a member of our academic team and our color and winter guards. She would like to thank Mr. Lundergreen, Mr. Cole, and Mrs. Dedman for the wonderful experiences she had in their classes. Both Shannon and Jed will receive additional recognition at our signing day next Tuesday, and of course at our graduation ceremony on June 11th. We are very proud of them for their accomplishment. Congratulations to the both of you. I don't know if you had any questions for myself or Jed and Shannon.
Any questions? Congratulations. That was a lot of hard work. So thank you. Thank you.
Jed and Shannon and Mr. Rex, can we get a picture in front of the board?
Absolutely.
Come in here, the you. Yeah. So you might have to ask them. I mean, the board's fine.
Yeah. Are you two okay with me getting a picture for the rec courier? Okay.
Mr. X, thank you so much for coming and bringing two amazing students so we can celebrate in their success. All right, we will proceed. Moving on to agenda item number 5. We're going to go ahead and combine item number 21 and number 5 since we will be talking about property. And that is going to be presented by Miss Willoughby. Thank you so much for coming.
President Wagstaff, for this item, we're going to front load all of our capital improvement plan needs across the district before we go into the real property asset overview.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. For item number 5, that's the review and update of the district's 5-year capital improvement plan for 26 through 2030. And this is required by Nevada Revised Statute 354.5945. And a capital improvement plan is important to a school district because it helps you set priorities and creates a roadmap for maintenance and renovation of existing buildings. This also creates financial stability because it helps you plan for future needs and maintenance so you don't have an emergency situation come up that would disrupt our operating budget. We are planning for these things in a responsible manner. And we will bring, so any contracts and actual items and expenses that are spent will be coming back to the board when those items come up. But this is just the plan of expenditures. There's no real cost at this time. It's just a budget for the capital. Happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Knighting.
I just had a question on Zephyr Cove Elementary School's air conditioning. It's listed as 320,000, but George Wattell's air conditioning is 4.8 million. Is that a typo that it really should be 3.2 million?
I'll defer to Mr. Rex on that. He assisted with this.
So this document is required, as Terry said, by Nevada law. This is a document that both she and I inherited, so we were not part of the development of the document. And I think what we're focused on probably in the next 60 to 90 days is to really do a comprehensive look at all of our needs across the district and basically bring this plan back to the board. We had a lot of questions about it. And as we started kind of looking for the details, there wasn't a lot of detail to support it. So really it's presented to you tonight because of the law requirement, but we look to work really hard this summer to redevelop it.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, I typically bring a document that has a description of the project, why it's needed, pictures, things that are useful to the users, to the end users, and the public. So we'll be working, Jared and I'll be working on that this summer to bring that back. But we do need to have this approved. This is step 1.
Yeah, I can add a little bit more context to the HVAC systems over at Wattell and Zephyr Cove. The Zephyr Cove building is much older than the Wattell building. The heating units are actually integrated into the walls, so they cannot add air conditioning to those units. These would have to be mini splits that are added to every single classroom, and they're more cost effective. So I believe those amounts are true to value, but it's a completely different air conditioning system.
Ms. Miller.
Because currently there is no air conditioning at either of those schools.
Mr. Brady.
Just to be clear, when you present this to the state, are we also requesting the continuation levy of the residential building construction tax?
I think we need to safeguard the 10 cents that the district gets. At one point in time, the district did receive 29 cents in the early 2000s. Unfortunately, we're down to 10 cents. We have to safeguard that. We will apply for that. And this CIP plan will be filed with the Department of Taxation this week.
Question I had on, I noticed on some of these, there's years and others there's not. Are those just wishful thinking or it's not in the plan actually?
Yeah, so this is all the leftover improvements. As you know, Mr. Demas experienced a reduction in force. So Ms. Willoughby and Mr. Rex are inheriting the CIP. We will do a comprehensive review of every single site across the district over the summer and bring a new and improved CIP that also has an additional 5-year outlook. So it'll be like a 10-year plan that encompasses every project that's needed at every single school, and it'll be utilized as a menu, and we have to work within the confines of our budget. To remind the board, you passed a resolution earlier this year to take debt service money, put it into capital projects. There's enough money in capital, I believe it's just over 7 million to do many of these projects.
Ms. Jansen?
So I have a two-part question. One is the engineering is 116,000 just for 3 of the boiler projects at Jack, Scarcelli, and Powaloo. Is that true?
Yes, and that's a future action item that you'll have to vote on at this meeting.
That sounds like a lot, but what do I know about engineering? The other,
That's a different agenda item though.
that's a different, okay.
Yeah.
And then in this agenda item, it did say that there was an anticipated overage of costs for due to asbestos abatement permits and then engineering.
That's still a different, that's a different agenda
Okay.
item.
So I just read it off the agenda.
Yeah, it is, but it's not this agenda item.
Okay,
It's a different one.
thank you.
Yes, but that project was on the last CIP plan, the one that you're referencing.
So the money's already there.
It's already budgeted for it, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay.
Ms. Jackson and then Mr. Brady.
So we're just basically, this is just to send to the Department of Taxation. We can add to this or change it is basically what you're saying, but it's just a requirement that we present this to them and then we can make any changes we need to.
Terry will,
Change
that,
time.
this is a plan. Plans can change, so feel free. Typically, the first year is included in the budget, and then after that, it's a wish list. So you have everything on your capital improvement plan in case a grant comes up, you already have it on the plan. And because most grants require the project to be in your capital improvement plan, so that's the best practice. But it's a plan, and plans can always change.
Perfect.
And
Thanks.
any contracts or budgetary items would also come back to the board. So we're not spending money today.
Thank you. Mr. Brady.
Process question. The body of the agenda says that we needed to request the continuation of levy for residential building permit tax. Does that need to be part and parcel to the motion?
I would recommend that that's added to the motion that we want to continue the parcel tax, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Okay, then we will go ahead and proceed with public comment at this time on this agenda item. Oh, Mr. Zinke, did you have any questions before we go to public comment?
I promise I will absolutely interrupt if I do.
Okay, I trust you. All right, so public comment. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment at this time, bring it back to the board for any further questions or discussion or a motion.
Last point of clarification for the board is just because it's on this wish list doesn't mean the board has to pursue it or the district has to do it. All we're doing is memorializing the needs at our sites.
Thank you. All right, motion.
I would move that the board approve the 5-year capital improvement plan and to request for the continuation of the levy for residential building permit tax that supports the 5-year capital improvement plan as required by NRS 387.331.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Brady and a second by Ms. Miller. Any further questions or comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Willoughby, for that. And then we will go right into agenda item number 21.
All right, thank you for your patience on this item. So at a previous meeting, Trustee Zinke asked me to prepare an item where the board can review possible alternative locations for the district office. Instead of just talking about the district office, Ms. Willoughby and I planned a real property asset analysis for the board. So in this presentation, you will receive an overview of every parcel the district owns or that is recorded with district ownership with the county. And then we'll also mix in their alternative options for the district and then go through the board's authority and the direction that you can provide to us today with the real property that we own. Okay, so today's takeaway, we want to review the current real estate portfolio for the district and identify opportunities for optimization. When we have sites sitting empty or parcels that we no longer need, that is just money sitting there that the district could utilize to fund its capital improvement plan or to put in building and sites fund for a future intra-fund loan if we were ever to get into a worse position with our budget. So the key takeaways is we want to look at our assets. We want to have key decisions for our underutilized assets and make sure that we're reducing operational costs, and we'll go into those operational costs at a future slide. So here's the why. I don't think I need to spend a lot of time on this. Obviously, we're experiencing a fiscal emergency. We have deferred maintenance at many of our school sites. You see our CIP plan that has millions of dollars of renovations and improvements we need to make. And that's not even an exhaustive list. That is just a very focused list. So as we do that comprehensive review over the summer, you're probably going to see a capital improvement plan that has millions of dollars of capital projects. And so we're doing this review because we want you to make the best sound decisions for the district for our long-term fiscal stabilization, as well as prioritizing education of students. So your guiding principles today are ensuring that you're prioritizing education, you're practicing fiscal stewardship, and that there's transparency with the community, with the properties we own and the direction you're providing the district to take with those properties. Okay, there are community and legal considerations for this work. So as you look at each of the properties, each of those properties have a zoning that is recorded at the county, and there could be entitlements applied to that zoning. There are statutory requirements for the board to follow as you make decisions on school sites and parcels that we own. That's going to be the next slide. And then no matter what we do, we have to increase our stakeholder communication. So whatever action the board takes tonight, I will work with Ms. Drinkwine with Record Courier to have a follow-up article to inform the entire community on the direction the board is seeking with our assets. Okay, overview of NRS, Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. An overview of NRS 393, which is the statute that governs the disposition of school assets. The board must appoint one appraiser, and the superintendent of public instruction appoints a second appraiser. The appraisers will make a report to the board, and the cash value and or rental value of the property to be sold or rented will be established at that time. And then the board would adopt a resolution to sell or lease the property. The property may be sold through a bidding process or through a licensed real estate broker, but not an exclusive listing to one broker. The selling price cannot be less than the appraised value. If no bids meeting this criteria, the resolution must be amended and a subsequent meeting set and bidding opened again. And eventually you can get to the point where if you don't get the appraisal price, you can sell to the highest bidder, but there you have to go through several rounds of public meetings. The sale must be a cash sale for not less than 25% down with payments of no more than 10 years. So really not financing.
Scroll down.
Scroll.
Yeah, there you go.
Scrolling.
Other way.
Other way.
There you go.
So total district portfolio, 12 properties encompassing 241 acres and over 503,000 square feet. Active campuses, 12 schools on 10 district-owned parcels and 1 deeded parcel, which is the Lake Schools. Administrative support sites, 2 facilities, the Airport Training Center, as well as the district office. Vacant and surplus properties, 1 unused school site, and 1 vacant parcel of land, which is currently zoned as a detention basin. Leased properties, there is 1 leased property owned by the district, which is the museum building, and that's leased to the Douglas County Historical Society. So the first asset we'll cover is the Virginia Ranch Homes. This was donated to the school district in 2024 by an agreement by the developer. We have an agreement, however, was not executed and it's not been recorded. However, the development is conditioned upon that those properties being deeded to the school district. Unfortunately, the gentleman has passed away that was the original developer. However, that entitlement on the property and that development stays on the property. So it will fall to whenever those properties are completed. We do have 10 high-performing assets. Which are fully utilized and in good condition. 1 school site has been consolidated to another elementary, CC Manelli, and the assets requiring board consideration are CC Manelli, 3 parcels, total of over 10 acres with 52,000 square foot primary building area, taxable value of 5.2 million, and that's zone general commercial. The district office, which is an administrative office covering 2 parcels for a total of 0.72 acres with the primary building being over 5,000 square feet. And again, this is zoned general commercial with a second zoning on the other parcel of parking. And the taxable value is 991,000. And these are all from the assessor's rolls and the county's records. And I'm in the process of truing up the county's records, what the assessor shows as what we owe versus what we know we owe, to make sure that we are all in alignment, that everything's recorded appropriately. Vacant land is 16.31 acres. That's a detention basin currently, taxable value of 430,000, and it's zoned as vacant commercial. The museum facility is part of a combined parcel. The Carson Valley Middle School and the museum property are all 1 parcel. The museum building is 8,000 square foot with a replacement cost listed as 1.6 million. The total parcel acreage is 25.72 acres, and that is zoned as general commercial. And then there is also an additional very small well site, which is near James Lee Park in Indian Hills. And this is a map of CC Manelli, and you can see in the orange, this is 1 parcel, and this is 1 parcel, and this is also owned by the district, all this to the left. So that's really quite a bit of land.
For clarity for the board, the corner of Mitch and Muir, you'll see a parking area or basketball courts right there. That is owned by Douglas County. I spoke to Brooke 80 last week. She has ordered a survey for that parcel. They want to make sure they know exactly where the landmarks are. At the point the survey is complete, I've asked Brooke to come to the board and to report to us where the landmarks are, and so we know exactly what we own and what the county owns.
Thank you. This is a map of the district office. You can see this is 1 parcel and the adjoining parcel. And Again, that's taxable value of 991,000.
Yeah, so for these two parcels, the board has already provided me authorization to negotiate an interlocal agreement for what's being referred to as the dog park, the grass area. In regards to the district office, for the item requested by trustee Zinke, I'd also like to discuss alternative locations for the district office. My recommendation stays the same. It is most cost effective for the district staff to move back into the district office. However, the board may decide something different on our behalf. So the other options for placement of district staff in the district office, we have two other options, one at C.C. Manelli Elementary School or a pod at Powaloo Middle School. Those are our two alternative options for the district office if you choose to have us move out of the district. Well, we're already moved out. If you choose to sell the district office to the town of Minden.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why are those the only two options?
For location within the valley, district staff needs to get out to every school site. Powaloo is the furthest south out of all of our schools with Scarcelli. It will be a trek to get to all the other locations. It really is the most viable option. We could consider Pinion Elementary School, but we're talking about relocating many teachers from one hallway into other hallways. Powaloo already has a pod that doesn't have any students scheduled in there. It's really a whole vacant pod. It's really for efficiency. That's why.
Okay, because I guess at some point during this process we had discussed all the different real property we have, and one of those locations I know is being used right now and is under an agreement for, I believe, $1 a year. But again, the historical building in front of Carson Valley Middle School, how come that's not on here as an option, or with the possible repercussions of such, or what can and can't be done, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, we can consider that option. Trustees in the 1980s made a decision to have a 99-year lease at $1 a year. If this board chooses to extend that as an option, I know we have representatives from the Historical Society here today. I spoke to Clint Celio this week. Clint said they do have a generous donor, and they possibly are willing to purchase that parcel from us. That would require authorization from the board to do a subdivision application with the county. It would be a cost of about $20,000 or more to subdivide Carson Valley Middle School and the museum. So I think it's up to the board to decide whether they want to pursue that option or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that that's the best option by any means, and I don't know that it is appropriate, but I feel like we're missing some information, right? We have a nice presentation of all of the surplus property. I certainly don't, maybe excess is better. I don't know what terminology would be good other than assuming that we're getting rid of some of these in just the title itself. But, like, I don't know what can be done at Powaloo to put it there, what would need to happen, what that cost would be. And for that matter, at any location. And that's the stuff, in order to make an informed decision, we should absolutely know. Like, I don't know, at Powaloo, do we need a sound wall from the band room? Do we need lock-off doors that don't exist yet to make it separate from the school? At the Historical Society, are we kicking too many people out? Are they not willing to leave? Would there be repercussions there? Like, we don't have any of that information. Some of this we won't have. I can certainly concede that, but it's really hard to make decisions on some of this if we don't have potential information that can be gathered.
Yeah, based upon my conversation with Mr. Celio, the executive director of Historical Society, they would entertain renegotiating the lease. Once again, they may have a generous donor that's willing to purchase the property. I think maybe we have representatives here tonight at public comment that may make a statement on their behalf.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to say I agree with Marcus in the fact that we do need a comprehensive understanding. Like if we're going to determine where the district office is going to go, we need a comprehensive understanding of all of those different options. But the one thing I would say is the place we're in right now with our financial situation, what Frankie has told us is the only place that will not cost us anything is the district office. And in my conversations with him, he has talked about how because of the reason that we were taken out of there, the bats and the bees, and that they will pay for us to move back into that facility. That's all taken care of. They moved us out, they'll move us back in. Anywhere else we decide to move the district office, we're paying for those moving costs, in addition to any walls or doors or anything else that needs to happen. And so I guess I'm just saying if we want a comprehensive thing of everything, but it's all going to come down to how much does it cost? And if it's zero for the district office, it makes sense for us to just go back to the district office at this time and not worry about the other options because we don't have the money to make those happen anyways at this point. That's my.
And to add a little bit more context to that, Trustee Jackson, remember the board implemented RIFs. We've RIFed our director of facilities, and there's transition time for Mr. Rex as well as Miss Willoughby, to do some of this work. We don't have the manpower to go to every facility at this point in time to estimate costs, estimate work. I wish we had the manpower, and we're also considering contract workday reductions next year, which is also going to limit our manpower. So when I talk about for efficiency, I really mean efficiency, right? We're going to have to do more with less.
Ms. Jansen.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Jackson. I think that, and Superintendent Alvarado, the district office that we had was working very well until the bees and the bats. I think the location is great. And all the way, if it's the district office is all the way down south, it inconveniences people that, if their kids go to Jacks Valley or Pinion, or it's just a very far drive. I think that the fact that it's free and the fact that it's more convenient to a majority of people in the district, I think those are strong arguments. So thanks.
There's more to this presentation, so I think we should move on and we can then have more discussion.
Terry Willoughby for the record. So this is the map of vacant land that's owned by the district. It's a detention basin, and it is zoned vacant commercial. I'm not sure what the restrictions are on it. I didn't know that this district owned a detention basin, so I started looking at it, and it is adjacent to a school site. I don't know what the possibilities are for development of this, but it is a separate parcel. It is vacant land. The next parcel is the combined parcel. It is one parcel of land for Carson Valley Middle School as well as the museum. In order to take any action on doing anything with the museum, the parcel should be subdivided, which would require about $20,000. It would be, could be done administratively through Douglas County Community Development. Based on my conversations with them, it wouldn't need to go to the planning. It might not need to go to the planning department or the Board of County Supervisors. It would just be an administrative action within the Community Development Department. This next slide shows the parcel for Jacks Valley Elementary, and you can see there's a parcel, there's land here, and there is quite a bit here. This again is one parcel, but it could be subdivided if the board wished to take any action on this parcel. or property. There is some financial impact of inaction, deferred maintenance, backlog, anything that needs to be maintained today is going to cost more tomorrow. And as time passes, the cost of deferred maintenance is just going to increase. Looking at older buildings like the museum, things like that are definitely things to take into consideration, as well as some of these buildings like the schools that have been consolidated. Those are vacant buildings, but there's still an annual carrying cost of that. We have to insure the building still. We have to keep the lights on. It has to be maintained. Typically, estimates are about $150,000 per year for the vacant elementary school. So there is a cost associated. It's not going to be just free, even though it's vacant. So we want the board to take that into consideration. Some of these parcels, in order to take any action, there would have to be a subdivision, again, as we mentioned. Again, that should be in just an administrative action through Douglas County Community Development. Cost probably around $20,000 or on up. The process could take anywhere from minimum of 3 weeks on, it depends on, as I was told, how many times they have to send it back to us to get things fixed. So you were talking about hiring engineers probably to walk us through the process to get the documentation to the Community Development Department. And then there is an opportunity cost by inaction. Capital tied up in these properties could be used to fund specific one-time priority projects that are designated by the board. Examples, funding new technology, new security upgrades. We don't want to use one-time money to fund operations, but it is appropriate to use it for one-time special projects.
Okay, so trustees, your strategic options for today, you have 4 options here. You can hold, repurpose or consolidate, lease for short or long term, or dispose and sell any of the real property assets that are being presented to you. On the next slide, I do have recommendations. So recommendation number 1 is to declare CC as surplus property and authorize the superintendent to bring back a resolution to declare the property surplus and open bidding for the purchase of the property. Alternatively, NRS does allow for the district to offer the property to another public entity through an interlocal agreement. There are harmful effects for this recommendation. So we can't control who purchases the property. A charter school can purchase, move in, and then it could create additional declining enrollment for the district. So I just want to point out that there is potential harmful effects. Recommendation number 2 is to consider authorizing me to submit a subdivision application for Jacks Valley. Upon approval of the application, I will then bring back a resolution to declare that newly subdivided parcel as surplus. And then once again, we would go through a bidding process and then sell that parcel. Recommendation 3 is to authorize the CFO to renegotiate the lease at the museum facility. And then with all of these options, we have to look at a reinvestment strategy. So we can dedicate 100% of these funds to the Building and Sites Fund for a future intra-fund loan, or you can fund the CIP plan through this. Okay. So at this time, I'd like to just open it up for questions from the trustees, and we'll do our best to give you answers.
Mr. Brady?
Just for clarification, taxable value is actually the assessed valuation, which is different than the market value. We need to be clear on that. So
We would have to do an appraisal. Thank you. My brain. Anyway, an appraisal on all the property if we chose to surplus, correct?
Yes, we'd have to appoint an appraiser.
Like we did.
Ask Superintendent Wakefield to appoint an appraiser and repeat that process that we did for the district office and the adjoining parcel.
Okay.
The reason I listed that value is it's really the only value that seemed relevant to all properties.
Ms. Knighting?
Those appraisals, are those paid out of the general fund?
They're paid out of capital funds.
Okay, so we do have money to do those.
Yes, we do.
Any other questions? Mr. Zinke?
Um, I guess it feels like there's a lot of other things that can also happen here. I feel like as good as this presentation is, it's missing a lot of things. We're asking our parents and our children to consolidate schools and consolidate locations and deal with the brunt. And we have, again, the district office that is far larger than we need for what we use it for. We have other buildings and uh, parcels and that, it looks like plenty of these can be sold, should be sold, might be sold. I know the argument was made that if we move into the district office, it's paid for, and that would be the least amount of cost. I would argue that we're missing out on $1.5 million by doing that. Um, Furthermore, I think that our job is to look out for the school district. And that's the only job that we signed up to do when we signed up to be trustees. And so, with that said, I understand the Historical Society is there. I like the Historical Society. I think they do a great job. It's beautifully done in there. I'm in there all the time for chamber meetings. That's what's in the best interest for the Historical Society. I'm not sure it's in the best interest for the school district.
Ms. Knighting?
As far as the Historical Society, that building, if they are willing or wanting to buy that building, I would be open to that. But when they took control of that building wasn't even structurally sound. There was no way we could lease that or use it in any way. They have put a lot of money into that building, and they continue to maintain a building, which would cost us an awful lot of money if we were to maintain that. So, I think that's something that we need to consider.
Well, and I would absolutely consider that if we knew that information, right? And that's kind of the broader picture here is I don't know where we could put the district office. Let's start there, but I do think that it can go somewhere other than where it's going for a benefit to the school district. Let's put it that way. Forget the Historical Society, forget the Cultural Center, forget any other potential location because I don't know the information, right? I don't know what infrastructure needs to take place at the Historical Society. I would like that in a presentation. I feel like I've asked for that a couple times, and that's not a knock on anyone. Again, I think I've asked for these things. I would like to see what it needs to do, what needs to take place at Palo Middle School in order to make it a viable solution, right? Or Manili beforehand, obviously we have changed our mind on that and we've made that a property that nothing will go into. But there are other options, either other schools, other locations, other buildings that we could also consolidate into at a benefit to the district, at a consolidation that shows, our commitment to everyone else doing the same thing. Like I don't have that information here.
Yeah, so Trustee Zinke, in our pre-board meeting after we posted the agenda, I didn't hear any of these concerns. So this is new information for me. I can tell you we've adjusted boundaries. We've added about 100 or more students to GES. So it's not a viable option to stay at GES for the district staff. Scarcelli is our largest elementary school. That is not an option. We already talked about Powaloo. Minden Elementary School is adding another class. I believe it's a kinder or pre-K. They don't have any space there. Jacks Valley doesn't have any space at their facility as well for the entire district staff. That does leave Pinion, but Pinion is far, far north, furthest away from all of our other sites. It didn't make sense to have us all the way out there in Pinion Hills, furthest away from all of our schools in the Central Valley.
Well, I understand your point of me not saying anything. I think I made it clear I've asked for it prior. So I've gone back through the meetings. I've asked for it. And then with all due respect, not making sense is an opinion, right? I might think it does make sense. And so having all of the information and coming up with a plan as a board is then what ultimately makes sense.
Madam Chair, if I
Mr.
may,
Brady.
I'd like to suggest that we address these properties one at a time, and it sounds like we need to start with the district office. It's been the recommendation of the superintendent for months and months and months that we maintain the district office as the site for administration. I think we need to call the question and get this behind us, one way or the other.
Ms. Jackson?
So I guess I think what we need to, I'm having trouble making a decision on the district office at this time, because I don't think I'm saying anything anybody doesn't know, but we're probably going to have future consolidations. And so if we make the decision, let's say, to move the district office to Pawalu, and we change everything there, and then all of a sudden we're like, okay, now we need to combine our middle schools. What have we just done? We've kind of crippled ourselves that way. And so I guess I feel like at this point, we're not ready to make a decision of moving the district office, because we need, to look into we need to see what's going to happen in the next year or two. In the meeting today that you had with taxation, they said, is this going to happen again next year and the year after? Because as the numbers keep going down, and as the amount of, and the money that we're getting keeps going down, we're going to find ourselves in the same situation every year. We're going to have to do more consolidations. We're going to have to bring things in smaller, so that we can survive. And so to try to move the district office somewhere at this moment, I feel like we're not ready for. I do understand. I completely agree with Marcus that we're having other people consolidate. We need to consolidate too. I totally understand and agree that in the future, we'll be ready to move the district office probably somewhere else, but we need to figure out what other consolidations we're doing first. And so we know the best place for it, and we don't cripple ourselves so that in the future, we've made schools that aren't able to work for what we need. And so I'm not saying that we should move back to the district office and we should be there forever, but I'm just saying at this point, I don't think we're ready to make a decision to move it somewhere else until we decide what future consolidations we need. That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you. Did you have something you wanted to say, Ms. Miller?
I agree that I don't think we have all of our ducks in a row. I don't think we obviously don't have a magic 8-ball and figure out what's going to happen in the future. But we do know that we are having a lot of declining enrollment. We do know that we're going to have to figure out some kind of consolidation. We talk about if we move it to Pawalu, that's too far. If we talk about moving it to Pinion, that's too far. So you guys, it sounds like we want to have it in the central of our community in the Valley, which then would lead me to believe well, then we have a buyer potentially for the district office. So then that would lead me to believe that then the museum would be the best fit for that. Yes, there's costs for that, things like that. We had talked about potentially moving it to CC Manili. Obviously, we decided not to utilize that property at a future prior board meetings. However, is there another way that we can figure out how to balance what we need for the district office, what our community needs as well? Those are just ideas. Obviously, we just can't see it yet. We're still trying to grasp onto what I think that future is going to hold for us, and we're just not quite there yet. But I don't know. The district office obviously is going to have to move from GES, but where it goes, we need to find the right fit. But like you said, we may end up having to consolidate middle schools. So that might not be the most viable option. So then where would it be? And I think that's what we need to all take a look at.
Ms. Jansen?
Again, I agree with Mrs. Jackson. I think that right now is the most reasonable solution for the district office. Nothing's permanent. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, and we will have to make changes. But it also seems to me that if we have a buyer for the historical society, and they've been taking good care of it, that would be a good idea maybe to sell to them. And for now, keep the district office. That doesn't mean we won't sell it in the future, but for now we'll sell the dog park. And to me, that's the most logical thing to do right now.
A question I have, as we talked about, you talked about subdividing some of our parcels. Is that $20,000 per site?
There's county fees, filing fees that have to be the cost of filing the application as well. You would have to hire professional engineering to put the application together. And that's an estimate. Obviously, we would come back to the board with the contract for a professional services contract, if that was the board's decision. But it would be per subdivision, yes.
Okay, and so that would be at Jacks Valley and at CVMS that we're looking at possibly.
Those are two sites that could possibly be
That could be.
they would have to be subdivided before any action could take place with those properties.
But Powaloo is already two separate parcels?
Yes,
Okay.
three. I think it's three, but
Oh, is
so
it three?
it's already separate. It's
Okay.
just,
That 16 acres is already a separate parcel, so we don't have to work at subdividing that. Okay,
Correct.
all right. Ms. Knighting?
I was just going to say, given our financial situation, I don't think we would spend money on ones that we did not have a buyer in hand for right now. Meaning, I don't know that we would go do the subdivision for Jacks Valley right now unless, is there somebody interested in that property?
I don't know that anybody knew we owned it.
Yeah, nobody's aware. I'm sure they'll become aware if they watch this meeting.
Can I ask if there's a recommendation for the parcel adjacent to Powaloo? Or, that there isn't one, is there something that is recommended?
the parcel next to Powaloo is a detention basin. I don't know the restrictions on that at this time. I will have to contact county and determine what those restrictions are. It is specifically called out in the assessor's role as a detention basin, which usually means it was a condition of the school being built. So.
Thank you.
So we may just keep the 16 acres because it's a detention basin and there's nothing anybody can do with it, correct?
I can't speak to that at this time.
Okay.
I'm not sure that the county knows that it's there, so. I didn't know that there was another detention basin there, so, but I'll reach out to Stormwater
Okay.
Department and find out what the restrictions are.
That would be great so we could get more information. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Since Ms. Willoughby brought up stormwater, I do want to report to the board that the county exempted us from the stormwater fee.
Mhm.
So I just want to say thank you to Jennifer Davidson, Wendy Lang over at the county.
Yes, thank you. Well, before we continue our discussion, I think maybe we should take public comment at this time on this agenda item.
I think I can say good evening now. Hope everybody's well. I'm Blaine Spires for the record. I'm the current principal at CC and soon to be the Consolidated Schools at Scarcelli. I just wanted to share a little bit with kind of the space that we're seeing between the two schools and when you consider what you will do with CC McNeely. Superintendent Alvarado and I've talked a little bit. We've talked with the county. We're unique that we share that space with Parks and Rec. Our CC's in a really nice part of the neighborhood that we'd love to continue to be used by the community in some fashion, but obviously we just don't want a building sitting there forever either. But for the immediate time frame, we are going to be very tight on space at Scarcelli. There's not enough space there for some of the things that we're used to, like our maker space. We're going to try to make hydroponics work, literacy library, like extra things that we've really been fortunate to have for a long period of time. We're going to have to consider where that goes. There's a lot of those items at CC that don't have a place to go either unless they were to stay there. So we can consider bringing items from Scarcelli over to CC and hopefully utilizing that property, for a short period of time to help kind of alleviate the concerns of where does all those items between two schools go. So just kind of short term, that's what we have been having conversations about, is CC not being utilized, but be a place that's accessible to both school sites, that if we needed things from there, we could use it. So we're hoping to get some more information from Parks and Rec as well of, how do those two spaces be used moving forward. So we'll keep working on that, but just, I wanted to share my piece on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are you, Madam Chair? My name is Matt Bernard. Just for a little quick background, I'm a member of the trustees of the Historical Society, but I am one of all of you, right? So just like Alicia here, I'm born and raised, me personally, in Douglas County. Nothing but Douglas County schools my whole life. Sat on boards before, have great empathy for the financial situation that you find yourself in, right? But also love this community to death. So I'm hoping to convince the board, you're leaning that way, it seems, to allow us to have an appraisal done on the historical building. And we do have some good community members, depending upon an appraisal, that would like to help us. So I'm not positive we could buy it right now. But if we could get an appraisal, if you would agree sometime in your motion to at least get an appraisal on that building, we'd love to take a run at buying it. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and encourage you all to come down there. If you haven't visited or don't come down there, it's built into the fabric of the community. In my mind, it's very important. We had meetings with all of our Washoe friends this morning down there about their exhibits. I think it's a jewel in our town, and I'd hate to see that change.
You want me to add?
Sure.
Alicia Maid, for the record, I also am a trustee at the Historical Society. And I think Mr. Zinke was asking for those unintended consequences that may arise. And as Melinda had spoke about where it was at when the Historical Society first took it over, and it became part of the Douglas County strategic plan. So I think Mr. Zinke's asking for what it is, what if they move us out, if you guys choose to move us out, what those school children that come through there and all the classes that the school district brings there for learning the local history. So I think he's looking for that, and I think we'd be more than welcome to put that together. Yes.
Sure.
That's all. Unless you have questions.
So we've taken some of our own time to try and configure a parcel that might make sense in the future. So what I'm hoping to get out of tonight is the ability to work with your staff, or perhaps a committee member, if someone on the board wants to work with us, to work through an appraisal process, maybe a parcel configuration. If it ever happened, we need to have a lot of reciprocal use agreements because it lives and breathes as one piece of property, right? But I'm hopeful that we can get an appraisal, that we can find good community members that'll help us. We can make you whole, actually have a win-win, and keep the Historical Society right where it's at. That's what I'm hoping to walk out of here with, is the ability to work on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is it appropriate for me to ask him a question? Or should I wait?
It's public comment, so generally the board doesn't, but there's no law against it, if that's what you're asking.
A less formal conversation would be fine with me.
There's still the time is still
correct.
applicable. Yeah.
Yes. My question is, if we chose to subdivide there is the fees that go with filing with the county to get that subdivided. Is that something that the Historical Society would be willing to take on?
Tell you what, if we went through an appraisal process, we agreed on a price, absolutely, we would take care of that. And I think I'd leave it to your attorney to tell you, but there are some provisions in statute for school districts to go right to a final map. I don't want to tell them what they're doing, but there are some provisions for school districts that would be helpful in this situation.
Thank you. All right, I think we'll move on to our next public comment. Thank you very much for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I appreciate the effort to provide an overview of the district-owned parcel properties, but there are several missing details I think that Trustee Zinke had mentioned that make it difficult for the public and the board to fully understand the district's real property assets. On the vacant surplus properties, the well site isn't included, even though it was listed as a district asset elsewhere. What is the plan for that? I support, or I encourage in the recommendations, I encourage the district to continue to explore partnerships with other community entities, including the town of Minden, if you choose to sell the district office and the dog park, or the county's stormwater division for the detention basin. The district's authority under NRS 393.240 may also provide useful flexibility for these discussions. As for Jacks Valley, I support evaluating parcel subdivision, but only if there's a clear market demand and demonstrated financial benefit. I also believe the subdivision should not occur until the board decides whether Jacks Valley will remain an active school. I strongly oppose any effort to terminate the Historical Society's lease unless they are open to it. The financial benefit is unclear, and it does not justify the legal costs or damage to longstanding community relationships. Ending that agreement would be a poor and short-sighted decision. Finally, the district office, dog park, detention pond, and well site were identified as assets needing board consideration, yet no recommendations were provided. What are the district's plan for those parcels? Has the district decided where the district office is going to be located? I also oppose an intra-fund loan from buildings and sites to the general fund. It is a short-term fix for a long-term structural problem and increases interest costs while still risking staff reductions and consolidations. These decisions not only affect school communities, but entire neighborhoods. I urge the boards to not move forward with any action requiring significant expenditures, such as subdivisions or sale, without robust stakeholder engagement, including community meetings and outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Ms. Dwyer.
I just have a comment. Just things for you to consider about the district office. Sorry, Jeannie Dwyer for the record. This is a little off, not common. The district office consists of about 20 staff members that run our school district. And we've been separated for a whole school year, and it's been very hard on our staff. So when considering where you want the district office, I think it's important that you consider us being all together in one place. We've been separated this year in 2 different buildings and down hallways, and it's been difficult, very disjointed. Secondly, you really need to consider placing us somewhere, or the district office somewhere, that does not have students on campus. I think that's important. We have a lot of visitors at the district office that are not, they have not passed background checks or have not been cleared volunteers, and they are walking into buildings with students sitting in classrooms 20 feet away, and sometimes sitting and waiting unaccompanied until someone can help them. Today, I forgot my keys and I rang the doorbell 3 times, and I sat there for about 8 minutes waiting for someone to help me. So the customer service part of it is lacking right now. And it's just the nature of it, right? But I think those are things to consider, right? we care about our customers, we care about our community and our people, and no matter what, we care about the safety of students. So I think that's something important to consider. And I also think having a centrally located place is important, but I think that's like the third most important thing of all the things I've said. So I just wanted to share that with you, and hope that you will consider those things when you're looking at where we put our district office people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right, we will close public comment at this time and bring it back to the board for further discussion. Mr. Brady?
Point of clarification, if you could, Mr. Alvarado, share what the source and use of funds would be with an interfund loan.
That would just be an emergency situation. If, we don't receive additional revenue through the PCFP in the next biennium, and we continue to experience declining enrollment, at 100, 200 students a year, that's $1 million to $2 million a year and less revenue that we receive. It could potentially save us from going into the negative and maintain local control here at the district rather than continuing to have to report to Department of Taxation. I'm very confident we will reach some zero next year, but we don't know what the future holds as our legislators decide on what mechanisms they'll change within the PCFP, or even if they'll increase our base allocation. All that's unknown at this time.
Okay.
Ms. Miller?
So Mr. Spires brought up an interesting conversation with you about utilizing CC Manili for some of, not their extracurricular, but some of the, ongoing classes that they need. What would that look like if CC was not just that, but also the district office? I know Ms. Dwyer brought up potentially the issue with students, but that would then be able to house the 20 staff members, utilize the extra space for Scarcelli, their literacy library, the extra library, hydroponics, things like that. I don't know. It's just, what are our thoughts on that? Because that seemed like it helps utilize a larger facility with multi-use type situation.
It's completely doable. CC is divided into two wings with the NPR in the center, plus a couple portables on the outside. We could have designated classrooms that is used on like a field trip basis for SES. But Paualu also has vacant classrooms that could be utilized for that as well.
That was going to be my question, is if the possibility exists to put the district office at Paualu, what if instead of putting the district office at Paualu, we utilize that wing for Scarcelli? Because then it's right, there's no bus needed. There's not a 1.5 mile walk. There's, whatever. It's right there.
Yeah. The rooms at Paualu are already set up as classrooms with desks and technology equipment for teachers to utilize. I think that's doable. In either way, at Paualu or even at CC.
Yeah. Well, I think, okay.
Sorry. So here's, future thinking. If we're going to end up potentially consolidating other schools or even the middle schools, say 3-5 years down the road, you're going to then have to move the stuff that we've put into Paualu for Scarcelli somewhere else. You're going to have the excess library books or things like that either we're going to have to sell off or figure out how to utilize for other space. So yes, Paualu seems like a good option because then it's not a bus, it's not a long walk, it's right across the parking lot, which our 5th graders already utilize space at Paualu, which is great. But what happens if we have to consolidate eventually 5 years down the road, CVMS and Paualu? Now we're having to move the things that we put there for Scarcelli somewhere else, and we may not have that room anymore.
But I think it's important to know that, remember that if we have to do that, our enrollment at Scarcelli is going to be going down.
That is
we will have empty classrooms to do that.
That is true. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate with all of these different options that we have and just throw it out there like what if situations. It just sounded like Blaine could utilize some extra space for that maker space, for the hydroponics, for the literacy library. CC already has that. I know we didn't do the HVAC system, but then we also have space for 20 admin staff.
Ms. Knighting?
I think we would start to lose our savings for the whole purpose we consolidated CC Manili if we start using it again, where we do have space in Pawalu that possibly the stuff from CC could go there. It's a walk across the parking lot if they need to go get it. And if we continue to decrease at the rate that we're decreasing, then you can move it back to Scarcelli in, unfortunately, probably a couple of years. So
I'd like to just refocus the board on Mr. Brady's comments on making a decision on the district office. And then
Yeah,
just
getting ready to bring that back.
yeah, no, just reminding the board too to stay at the oversight level rather than down, boots on the ground. So I think making a decision on the district office, if we can get to that point today, that would be great.
Do we want, just a question, more probably for legal, do we want to take multiple decisions and lump it into one action item? Or do we want to take, can we take multiple action items?
I think if they're related and it's feasible to work it into one motion, you can, but if they're completely unrelated motions still within this same agenda item, obviously, then it's probably best to take it one at a time, but it depends on what exactly the motion is and how workable it is.
I'm thinking maybe we should just stay focused one school site or decision at a time. So I think we're going to go that route. So the district office. Ms. Jackson.
I think I agree with Marcus on this one of the fact that we don't have all the information to make a decision on that if we're planning to do it somewhere else than the district office. So I guess in my mind, it's either going to be we're going back to the district office or we need additional information. I don't think that we have the information at this meeting to say, okay, we're going to go to Pawalu, or okay, we're going to go to the museum, or, I think at this meeting, it's either we're going back to the district office or we're not. And then we'd have to, because we do not have the information to make a decision on anything beyond that with what we've been given tonight.
Before the board moves forward, I need clarity from the board. I'm being told that you're not being provided information. Are you looking for an itemized list of what renovations need to be made at Pawalu just to move the district office in? Because we moved the district staff into GES with no modifications whatsoever. And if we're talking about soundproofing on a wall, that's minimal. That does not cost a lot of money. So I just need clarity on what information you feel like you're lacking, so I can work with staff to prepare that, because I'm not getting clarity.
Well, so what I asked for in the past, and I've done this publicly and privately for the record, but I would like to see the locations that it could go, and then how and why it can go there and how and why it shouldn't go there, according to all the information, right? So if I saw it can go to Pawalu, here's how it would work. And then here's why it doesn't work. And a pros and cons, similar to the way we did the school consolidation, right? We started at the lake, we worked our way around the North Valley, we worked our way down through the middle schools, and we settled on Scarcelli and Manili. It didn't take that long. I think people would argue that maybe we went too quickly. Some say we didn't do it quick enough. That's neither here nor there. But the point would be that information does exist. Some of that would be opinionated. That's fine. Some of it would be factual, whether that's a sound wall or modifying rooms or the opinion that, which I fully understand Ms. Dwyer's thinking with vetted people. Those would all be reasons, right? And so we had pros and cons of consolidating certain schools. Why don't we have just pros and cons of here's why it can and can't go somewhere? That's what I asked for. That's what I'd like to see. And then everyone can put this to bed for better or worse, right? And obviously for better is the goal. But when I say for better or worse, I mean according to other people's opinions.
I understand that. I think it's a mistake to treat this as a consolidation, because that's not what it would be. This would be a sale and disposing of the district office and then the district staff moving somewhere else. to go out and do that analysis. Once again, we lack the manpower at this current time. As we get to summer, we'll be freed up to do a more in-depth review of each of those sites, provide you with the projects that need to be completed with an estimated cost. I just don't know if that's actually needed to make a decision on the district office, but I will do as the board directs. I just ask that you make a motion to give me additional direction today.
I have a question. If we decide to go ahead and say, okay, let's go ahead and move the district office back to the district office, and we decide in 6 months, you know what, we need to liquidate some assets. Can we at that point then say, we're going to move the district office to wherever and make a decision then?
You're saying from 6 months from now, the board?
I'm not
the
saying
board-
6 months. I'm just, it's
Yeah.
just a time frame I'm throwing out, right? Because we don't know what enrollment's going to look like in the fall yet.
Yeah, the board can
But
always
actually,
place an item on the agenda for to make one of these decisions. That can happen at any meeting at any time.
Okay.
If I could add.
Yes.
Terry Willoughby for the record, and also as similar to you're selling your home, it's easier to sell a building that is occupied. We would have staff in there maintaining, keeping things rather than having a vacant building that's sitting there open to vagrancy, vandalism or anything. We would have staff in there occupying the building. And we could certainly, in 6 months, if the board directed, make that change.
Mr. Brady?
If I may, you've been having these conversations well before I got here. And at this rate, you're going to be having these conversations well after I leave. I think it's imperative that we take direction from our superintendent. I think with this presentation, what we're seeing is opportunity. We have an opportunity with Jacks Valley to subdivide that property. We have an opportunity to work with the Historical Society to perhaps have a sale or at least renegotiate a lease. There's opportunity there. Detention pond? No, I don't think so. We can turn it into a pool, but I don't think we're going to do anything else. With respect to the district office, I'm left scratching my head because the recommendations from the superintendent has not changed. It's been consistent all along the way. And I hate to say it, but I'm reminded of lyrics from Tears to Fears, Tears for Fears. I can't stand this indecision, married with a lack of vision. And that's where we're at. We need to make a decision. We cannot continue to make him chase his tail. And the idea of moving into the museum is a non-starter. We're not going to displace anybody. I mean, the optics of that don't look good. So I think we need to call the ball, make a decision on the district office, and then we can follow up with the recommendations on the additional properties, which I think are good recommendations.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen?
I agree 100% with Mr. Brady, and I'd like to make a motion that we move the administrative staff back into the district office.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Mr. Brady. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I said aye, it just didn't work.
Okay. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, so then we will move on to the next
building.
The next building.
And with that, I would say, could we move to the museum and
agreed,
give direction for an appraisal, or do we need to do a subdivision before we do an appraisal? How does that work?
I would say you do the appraisal, but the subdivision application may change the value of the parcel, right? Because it's not going to be valued at the amount of acreage as the CVMS parcel is. But I also defer to Ms. Willoughby if she has additional information on that.
Terry Willoughby for the record. I think the first step would be to direct the superintendent and myself to seek proposals for professional services and bring that contract back to the board with an outline of what the steps should be. And then
that's a
we
good
can proceed
idea.
for that.
I think that's a good idea.
From a process standpoint, you have the recommendations before you. You can just modify them with respect to what's been presented to us. I would suggest that we follow those recommendations. We can certainly add to recommendation 3, which would be to pursue a renegotiated lease and pursue potential sale, which would then include an appraisal. So I would probably prefer that we take these one at a time rather than bunch them.
Agreed. Okay, so we're talking about the museum.
I don't see a need to renegotiate the lease. I think we have a lease and we just let it be until we can get it in place to do a sale. But that was that was in place, and I couldn't speak to how much money they put into it, but if you read the newspaper article from the time that this happened, you had people in the community donating $100 here, $100 there to help build it back up into what it is. So I don't see any point in renegotiating that lease before we sell.
I can support that.
So the only concern I have with not renegotiating lease is we do have an overhead cost for our insurance. Do we?
We do not.
No, Clint Celio, Executive Director of the Historical Society, provided a certificate of insurance. The only issue with the COI is that Douglas County School District is not listed as an insured, but he is working to correct that, and I'm confident he will.
Okay, because I think the last time we spoke is we thought we were on the hook for that insurance. So that's good clarification.
What direction do you need as superintendent on the museum?
I think just as Ms. Willoughby stated, a motion to seek proposals for professional services.
And next steps.
And next steps, yes.
Okay. Ms. Jackson, did you have something to say?
I just wanted to comment on the fact that I have reached out and talked with Clint Celio, and they spend $8,000 a year on the insurance, and they spent $15,000 last year, over $15,000 on maintenance costs. So, so they are actually taking care of everything. And so to try to renegotiate the lease, and they say, now you insure it and now you take care of maintenance, it becomes an unfixed. Right now it's a fixed, we know how much we spend on it each year, nothing, and we could change everything. So I agree with Melinda. I don't think it should be an option to renegotiate the lease, but definitely we can look at selling that to them, because there is a lot that they are actually putting into it, continuing to put into it after I know they've put at least 1.2 million into that so far.
Ms. Miller?
So then this is good information. And then the other question I have is, what about what's next door is the Playhouse? We utilize that gym space, correct?
We were, yes. And we brought that up when Mr. Brady and I were discussing it with Mr. Alvarado, and we would have it subdivided so that we maintained the Playhouse and
so they would just get the museum and that parking lot piece.
However it's divided,
but we would keep
that's
the gym.
we anticipated. Yes.
When I think that's what our professional services that we would make the motion would, go through how that would work and what would need to happen there. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we direct the superintendent to seek
proposals for professional services with next steps on the
seek proposals for professional services with next steps in the museum.
So I have a motion by Ms. Knighting, a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion?
Can I ask, what is the financial burden to the district at the historical building there? There was numbers thrown around at previous meetings of 20,000, 30,000. Is there a burden? Is there not a burden?
Yeah, so Ms. Estes did a review of that. Initially, it was reported that it was on our property and liability insurance. As we've asked, our liability carrier who has an item here tonight, we found that has not been covered by our insurance for a long period of time, in which Ms. Bedard did reach out to the Historical Society. It did take a few weeks for us to get a copy of the COI. Right now, we have no financial burden on that building. They do pay their insurance. A few years ago, there was a termite infestation at CVMS as well as the museum facility. Since we had a contractor on site at CVMS, we did support the maintenance for termites. But that's as much as I know in my short time here.
Question for legal really fast. Because we took public comment on the agenda item, do we need to take public comment for each action item? I just realized we didn't do that.
I don't think so because you're making separate motions within one agenda item. You took public comment on the agenda item and anything that was in the presentation, anything that was in the description. So I think, yeah, you can proceed with motions on these different properties.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure we're not going to get in trouble. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, on to our next site. Do we want to talk about Jacks Valley? CC Manili? You want to do CC Manili? Okay, we'll jump to CC Manili. Well, I think we should discuss what to do with it first before.
Well, we have a recommendation here.
We do.
Didn't we already decide at a prior meeting what we were doing with Manili, or at least what we were not doing with Manili? And just a point of clarification, once again, I understand we have recommendations, but I take a vow to never be a rubber stamp. And so a recommendation is one thing, but we have to do our due diligence and come up with the right answer regardless of a recommendation. Recommendations go one way or the other all the time. To keep saying we have a recommendation as if it's this thing we have to do is ludicrous to me.
A recommendation is a recommendation is a recommendation. It's not a mandate.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Alvarado, but previously what we had discussed and decided on as a board is that CC Manili would not be used for any district
That's
You.
correct. That was part of the discussion.
or for
Yeah.
district office or,
Yeah, the board was concerned, and I'm certain you're still concerned about the
That's not
cost
the building.
savings, right?
Yeah.
And so having people in the building, it can reduce the cost savings that we're anticipating, right? Which is
Correct.
938,000. We need to actualize all of those dollars in savings.
Mhm.
As you see, our budget that was approved tonight by the board only has 48,000 in the positive for our general fund.
So if we decided to declare this a surplus property, what would be the next steps?
Well, you're going to make a motion to direct the superintendent to bring back a resolution to declare this as surplus property. That is the first
Okay,
step, yeah.
that's the
So
first step.
moved.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
I second it.
We have a second by Ms. Jackson. Any further discussion?
I just, have we talked to the Douglas County Parks Department who owns part of that parcel about what their intentions would be with this property?
Yeah, they don't want this property. They just purchased a movie theater and are operating a business for the movie theater. They don't have the funds to acquire the CC facility. I talked to Brooke 80 about that.
Okay.
But they did order the survey, and she will come and provide a presentation on the landmarks.
Okay, just huge concern is charter school with that property.
I've been thinking a lot about that. And I think that if a charter school wanted to come in, not that I'm advocating for it, but if that's what's best for our students, whether we're providing for our students or not, I think we need to be mindful that they're still kids and they still deserve a good education. And if a charter school can do that for them, then so be it. I don't necessarily like it, but families have to make those decisions. So we have a motion on the floor.
If I may.
Mr.
point of
Brady?
order, we need some further substance to this recommendation. And we have a recommendation here. I'd like to suggest we utilize the recommendations submitted by the superintendent, which is more definitive.
But we have a motion on the floor already.
Well, repeat it.
Yeah, we did exactly what Frankie said.
Yeah, that's exactly what Frankie said.
Well, we also are looking to offer the property to any other public entity through an interlocal agreement.
Well, we have to have it declared a surplus property first.
Okay.
So
You good
it
with
would
that?
come back to the board.
Yeah, so this, this meeting, as well as a follow-up article with the Record Courier, will put an announcement out there that this property could potentially be deemed as surplus property and sold. At that point, I think anybody that is interested in that property will likely reach out to the district. Usually they contact my office. Same thing happened the first time we did the resolution for the district office. We had a few people reach out to us that were interested, but the board decided not to do the surplus in the bidding process. And then that's why we were entertaining the interlocal agreement with the town of Minden, who's another public entity.
If you think this motion is sufficient, then we can call the question.
I think the motion is sufficient.
All right.
Is the town of Gardnerville interested in that property?
I can reach out and have a discussion with Eric Nielsen.
Okay, I just figured if we reached out to the Parks Department, which owns part of it, why not reach out to also, as part of them as well?
Yeah, can do. The reason we talk to Parks and Recs in the county is because they own an adjoining
Correct.
parcel, right? Yeah.
Ms. Knighting?
Oh, I was just going to say, you might reach out to the the Gardnerville GID that's in their district.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so then to Jack's Valley.
Want a motion?
No, I have a question first. To make a decision on whether it's surplus, does it have to be subdivided first?
Yes, it has to be subdivided first. So the motion here, if you wanted to pursue this, the motion would be to authorize the superintendent to submit a subdivision application to the county.
So moved.
It is essential to make a decision today because the next time that they review this is in June, which is just a couple weeks away. We may be able to make the time frame. If not, we'll have to wait till January.
Oh, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Zinke. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Jansen. And this is to submit the application to subdivide.
Yes.
So everyone is clear. All right, any further discussion or questions?
Is this including the bottom part that had the well, or is that well separate and
That's
that's
a
over
different
James Lee
location.
Park? Because I thought there was a bottom section
And
on that.
Terry will be for the record, the well is actually located next to the park, not next to Jack's Valley. Totally separate parcel.
Yeah, it's a couple miles.
Next to James Lee Park. Couldn't remember the name of the park. It's
Well,
a little ways away.
Ms. Jackson.
I just did have one question. I know we have trails over there, and I don't know, do they interfere with our land? Do we have an agreement with the forestry or with the trail association? Like, is there anything, or is that separate?
Terry Willoughby, I'm on the board of the Trails Association, so I could find out. We don't own any of that land, but I can find out what the agreements are with Forest Service.
Just because we want to make sure, yeah, with, if that is part of that land, we need to be aware of that. And you're right, you know all about the trails, so you'll take care of the trails
Not
for
all,
us.
But you know some things about the trails, but
Okay.
I can ask and report
Okay.
back to the board.
Which might be that little sliver you're talking about. That's the part that might have trails on it. And so that might need to be,
It does look like there is trails because it's like this weird triangle shape, but then there's like a little rectangle that comes down.
I do know that the land on the sides of Jacks Valley Elementary, because the assessor confirmed it, are owned by the Forest Service. Because originally we thought that there was a larger parcel a separate parcel that was owned by the district, and that is actually Forest Service land. So they would be in control of that. And I don't know and I didn't see any easements, but I will research that.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Mr. Zinke, did you vote?
Yes, ma'am. Aye.
Okay, thank you. It just didn't come through. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. And that takes care of all of those properties, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we can take a 5-minute recess. We will come back at 6:20. Okay. I think we finished with the last agenda item. So Ms. Willoughby, thank you very much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. Go ahead.
Which is the next item? Because I think it's me too.
We're going to jump to agenda item number 9. We're going to jump to the Verkada because we have some lovely people that returned and we are taking up their time. So we appreciate it. So we will go to agenda item number 9, the Verkada camera contract. Mr. Rex. This is the contract that we discussed last month when we were up at the lake.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And there were no changes to that contract?
No, but it's important to point out that the contract locks in pricing. So one of the things with this, we're doing the install, part of it ourselves, part of it with a local vendor. But as we actually install things and we see, well, hey, we need an additional camera here, or obviously at CC Manelli, we're going to be pulling back some of those interior cameras. There might be a few tweaks, but that would just be covered out of our regular technology budget.
Yeah. Okay. I want to remind the board that these are restricted funds from capital improvement that are allocated to the IT department. It's about $585,000 a year that the IT department receives from the capital. This is well within the budget, planned within the budget of the IT department by Mr. Rex. And so, Mr. Rex, do you want to just talk about the details of the contract?
Sure. So obviously we've got, we have serious financial challenges, but we also have serious safety and security needs when it comes to our students. So as we developed this proposal and we started out working with really about 3 different vendors, we zeroed in on Verkada as being a really good solution. And we developed, the way I approach projects is I say to people, pretend this is where your kids go to school or where your grandkids go to school. That's the solution we want. We felt like Verkada came up with that solution. Some of those initial numbers, I'll be honest, we're probably close to $1.2, $1.3 million. And we said, we really need this solution, but we've got to figure out a way to deliver it and make it work for our school district. So we went back and forth numerous times, really since January with them. And then they have a vendor that they work with out of Washington State, who is one of the largest Verkada resellers in the country. And he had a really unique option where he could partner with us and really almost allow us almost a zero interest type option to make payments on this. What's exciting about this is obviously we're familiar with how much it costs to educate a student in Douglas County. What I'm asking you to consider and approve tonight, each student really is going to run between $26 and $27 a year. So in that pie of money that we spend every year to educate a student, this is $26 to $27 that's going to provide first-class security. One of the nice things about the proposal that they have, obviously, I know for me personally, I have a lot of faith in not only our superintendent and our board, but also our legislatures. And I am confident that this funding stuff gets better for us. So if we find ourselves in a situation where funding has improved, they've built options into the contract where we can pay off early and actually get a little bit of savings. But it's pretty straightforward. It's a 7-year license and agreement to use their products. We get advantage through the 7 years of all the upgrades that they make. But then we have a payment schedule that'll be over 4 years. No impact to this budget year. The first payment will be in June. I'm sorry, July.
Okay, thank you.
One more piece of information I want Mr. Rex to share is just the current condition of our camera system and what are the current issues and why is this important for the board to consider tonight?
Sure, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully because I'll be honest, I think our security almost is a conversation that would be for executive session. So I don't want to share all of our challenges, but we have very serious challenges. And maybe just to give one that's really high level that we can all relate to. Just a few days ago, there was vandalism at GES on the outside of our buildings and issues with spray paint and stuff. We had no camera coverage at all. So we have no idea what's happened there. So basically you can take that example, but you can replicate it across our district. To me personally, one of the most frustrating things about our current camera coverage is we've, I think, historically really focused on our high school. But when you get out to our elementaries that are spread out across Douglas County, we have very minimal camera coverage, particularly on the exteriors. Most of our exterior doors at our elementaries do not have camera coverage. So this plan addresses all of those.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Jackson and then Ms. Miller.
So first of all, I just want to reiterate and clarify that this is not coming out of general fund. It is not money that could be used for salaries or for classrooms or anything. But my question for you is just, so you have a limited budget that you have every year, and you feel confident that you can still accomplish everything else you need to in the IT department with the remaining budget you'll have after you pay for this?
So that's a great question. I appreciate it. The reality is this, as you look at inflationary costs, the cost of computers and technology are going crazy. Memory costs are affecting laptop prices. As you look historically, even going back 4 or 5 years, that annual amount allocated to technology has not increased. What Douglas County did, what every other school in the country did 5 years ago, is we leaned hard into ESSER funds. And so when you look at really what we've spent in the last 5 years, it's far exceeded that annual amount. So to answer your question, this camera project is a priority, and we feel that we need to attack it. We need to do right by our students, but we're going to have to really roll the sleeves up and be really aggressive as we go forward to do everything else that we're trying to accomplish. So basically, I guess what I'm saying is our current budget amount needs to be higher, but that said, we're going to make it work. We've reduced personnel. If you looked at our tech office 3 years ago, I believe we employed 8 people or 9. Now we're down to 5 and even really 4.5 almost. But we're continuing to work really hard to make things work with the resources we have. And most importantly, and obviously the earlier conversations you guys were having, the plan is always evolving. So we're always looking for opportunities. There's a mention of grants. I can't wait to tackle the district facilities and stuff, because when the plan that was presented earlier, if you just look like at our stadium, I think it identifies just one item. Might have been like the track resurfacing. The reality is when you walk around our stadium, there's needs in our stands. There's needs with restrooms. There's needs with field turf that's not safe for students. There's actually a flagpole that is too close to the scoreboard, and the scoreboard is old and needs replaced. So what we do with technology, what we're hoping to do with the rest of the district, is say, what do our kids deserve? And we're going to go out and try to chase that down and roll our sleeves up and work as hard as we can to accomplish that. So
if I can just ask one follow-up question to that,
Yes, ma'am.
it's just, so are there things that our students are going to be denied because we won't have the funding for it if we use this money? You know, like you're saying,
Sure.
it's going to be
So,
tight.
for example, one of the things that we inherited here is our technology infrastructure has not been really updated in about 11 or 12 years. So we have server infrastructure that exists at all of our buildings. Part of this Verkada solution, if we don't use this, it's a cloud-based solution. It's modular, which is really exciting to me too, because it all goes to the cloud. So as we maybe consolidate or transition buildings, maybe we're in the district office for 6 months, then we move, we can literally unplug those cameras, put them wherever we need to. They're not relying on server infrastructure. So if we were not to go with this cloud-based solution, really as we look to next year, just to almost band-aid our current camera infrastructure, we're looking at probably $120,000 to $150,000 just in on-site memory that we need to add, because what we have does not work. We also, for our staff, one of the things that I'm excited about when you think about trying to do more with less, and that's what we have to do. We have to do it. But with our staff, like right now, if you go to pull camera footage and do the research, if there's an incident, it'll take somebody in our staff as much as 2 to 3 hours if they're crossing multiple cameras to find that footage, to download it. I think you all saw the Verkada demonstration. Really, honestly, administrators in buildings can do that. When we look though too, is we're reducing buildings not having the assistant principals. You're giving the ability with technology really quickly to pull footage or just to have coverage of what's going on in your facility. So I feel the Verkada solution, yeah, it's not cheap, no doubt. But what's really cool about it is it's the best solution for our students. I feel absolutely that I can make it work with all the other budgetary issues that are going on. And then it's going to put us in a position to continue to pursue goals of efficiency, effectiveness, and like I said, and then improving safety. And that's the other cool part too, is is if we're able to implement this, when we go to bed at night, we can be really proud that we have really first-class security solutions here at our school district.
Ms. Miller?
So at our last meeting, when they presented, we had brought up some concerns about like air quality and other things that this system could use. Did they ever get back to you on those answers that we had asked them?
So they did, but not really to the level of detail. The response is this: what's really neat about Verkada, and I've never implemented it at a school district, but I'm familiar with their product. I've done demos of it. So when you buy their product, it's not like you're just buying a camera from a store and you put it like at home. We buy a Ring camera. I put the Ring camera up. You're buying a relationship with them over the next 7 years. So as they have additional technology, for example, I know for our superintendent, it's really critical if we can incorporate this technology into our bus cameras. That's a piece that they're working on and they're developing. So as they develop either new software solutions or with the sensors, better technology, we're able to take advantage of that every time that comes along. And then back to your question too, from the last meeting, I'm confident that we can pull whatever data, whether it's temperature, air quality, even if temporarily we have to use another sensor, another company's branded sensor that works for the specific need, we can pull that data into that Verkada dashboard. And so it's there for us to use.
Okay, yeah, because they had said that they were going to reach out. I think it was Humboldt that was utilizing something similar. And so they were going to reach out, and I didn't know if they had followed back up with you or not in regards to that data.
No, not that specific data.
Okay. No, I just figured, we met with them a month ago. We asked some questions. And so I just was wondering if we had any follow-up on those questions. So thank you.
Mr. Brady?
You mentioned implementation. What would be the timeline do you anticipate for being?
Sure. So a great question. So our goal is to have this ready for the start of next school year. We're going to be using a hybrid approach for installation. If this is approved tonight, actually this stuff is queued up and we would anticipate delivery in 2 weeks. But we're going to do a hybrid of installing some of this ourselves. We're also going to be partnering with DTS Fiber, who provides some technical support and assistance to us, also to help with installation. We're anticipating a overall cost not to exceed approximately $65,000. And in addition to what we do internally, and that'll be our partnership with DTS, that'll come out of funds that we've budgeted in the current year out of our regular technology budget.
Another question, do we need any sort of interlocal agreement with the Sheriff's Department for them to access this information?
So excellent question. So I will say this, that our County 911 Center is ecstatic about this solution if we're able to implement it. But what we'll need to do is we'll need to sit down with them. We'll look at some examples from other districts of what they've developed, but implement policy that not only protects the Sheriff's Department, but obviously we're giving them access to our students, to our buildings, protects our students in that same way.
I can add more information to that as well. The board did approve a bus stop arm cameras earlier this year, a policy to implement that. We need to go out and find those cameras. It would be great if we can be patient for Verkada to develop them. But we have to also execute an MOU with the Sheriff's Department for that work. And I'd like to just encompass everything into one MOU so that we're not bringing multiple MOUs for the board to consider.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
When would you project to have all of the install done before school starts August, mid-August?
So our goal would be to prioritize, basically the technical term is rip and replace in a lot of the situations. So on those cameras, we're going to be going through and doing most of those. So our goal will be initially by the start of school that any existing camera will be replaced. The new cameras, there might be a little bit of a lag on those. Once again, we'll prioritize those. But what I would commit to is that existing cameras will be replaced before the start of school. We have a lot going on this summer, a lot of challenges that we've taken on. I'm excited that we've made a decision about the board office because there's so many tech dominoes that fall depending upon those decisions. So thank you for that tonight. But
So would you see that this install would be happening potentially at schools while students are in session, or would you then wait till, say, like fall break?
no, so if we would have anything that overlaps, once again, we're doing some of this with our own staff. So we're looking at the end of the school day or a second shift situation. personally, and I set goals and I just bulldoze them, but personally, I feel very confident that we'll have this thing installed and ready to go. But in the conversations that we've had with DTS and with our own team, I always like to have a backup plan. Our backup plan is prioritize existing cameras, make sure those are in place in our schools. And then after that, really our focus will be our elementaries, adding the new ones, coming back to our middle schools, high schools. And then honestly, the one that's probably going to be the biggest challenge is the license plate cameras, because we've got to put those farther out in the parking lot. We've got to extend cabling or do a wireless solution, mount those on poles and stuff like that. There's going to be a lot of technical challenges to that. So those will probably be some of the final ones that get done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and go to public comment then.
Adrian Sawyer, for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I support this item with the caveat that the policies and regulations need to be very robust to ensure that students, staff, and teachers are not targeted for unjust surveillance. The ability to follow certain students or staff and send alerts when they go to certain parts of the building, coming and going from campus, can be used for nefarious purposes. So the policies about who can access the system and why really need to be strong. But that's, I know, for a later date, but in approving this, those policies are going to be very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Do we have anyone online? Okay, thank you for that. So we'll close public comment at this time and bring it back to the board for a motion.
If I may.
Normal question.
No, quite a motion.
Motion. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
I would move that the board approve the purchase agreement with Verdeka in the amount of $816,654.80.
Second. I have a motion by Mr. Brady and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further questions? Comments?
I think Ms. Sawyer brought up a good point. So for a future agenda, I think we do need to look at that policy in regards to who has access in the admin. And that's obviously an operational thing. So that will,
Or would that fall under our safety plan?
It should go to the safety plan, but I can tell you, anytime we check cameras, it's based upon reasonable suspicion. We just don't go check cameras and watch them. We have to have a report of an incident or something that actually takes place in order for us to review the cameras.
I forgot to ask, does this record sound as well, or is it just?
So yes, it's got the capabilities for sound. That brings a whole nother policy conversation, but certainly in common areas gives us some options there. But this can be controlled on each camera.
Because do our current cameras have sound? No, they don't.
do not. No.
It's just visual. Okay.
All right. Any other questions? All right. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. X, for working so hard. Thank you for the
Thank
Zapata
you.
team for coming. We really appreciate your time. Thanks. Thank you. All right, we will move on to kind of all over the place here, guys. I'm really sorry. Our Douglas High School, our Mr. Singer. There we go. Athletics. Thank you. We appreciate your patience and for coming.
How are you guys doing?
We'll be here after you leave.
Yeah.
Mr. Singer, are you going to present for Mr. Pace as well? Or do you need help with that?
I can, yeah, I have his notes. Give me a minute.
Okay. I just figured I'd ask because he did ask me this morning.
It's agenda item number 11.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. So we are going to jump into some Douglas High School athletics. So I know that when we originally talked, or I talked with Mr. Alvarado, we were going to try to do this as by each sports season. Things kind of changed, so we're going to do a full year in review as best I can. Try to make this exciting as well as a celebration of all of our student athletes and what they've done this year. Yeah, we'll go from there. So first slide you're going to see, as long as it goes, is our fall sports statistics. So we offer, as many of you know, a lot of sports here at Douglas. And we have cheer, cross country, football, 3 levels of it. Cross country, we have boys and girls. We have girls golf also in the fall, soccer, boys and girls, as well as a varsity and a JV for each. Tennis, boys and girls, as well as volleyball, 3 levels. The numbers, I think, are amazing, considering the fact that we hear a lot about declining enrollment, yet our numbers in our athletics are not changing. We are still high in the 300s. I think this is very similar to what we were last year when I presented with Mr. Rex on our school presentation. 354 athletes we have right now in the fall, or like we had in the fall, participate in a wide array of sports. And then just to give you a quick little summary of our sports, cross country, our girls team placed 3rd in regionals, 9th in state. We also had 1 athlete named to an all-region, honors on that. Our football team, which plays in the highest division right now in Nevada, which is our 5A, they finished 4th out of 6. And we had a giant senior group, so one of their biggest things that we graduated 33 seniors from that team, and we had numerous all-region honors on that group. Girls golf, we had 1 state qualifier. Soccer, our girls and our boys team, they finished 5th and 6th respectively. There we go. Volleyball, we finished 4th in league, and we had 4 players named to all league honors. And then our tennis, our girls actually hosted their first regional match, first regional match under our Coach Andrews. And we sent 2 individuals as well as 2 doubles teams to regionals, and the boys did as well. So that's just kind of a quick recap on our fall sports. Winter sport athletics, while we have less sports that we offer, we still had a group of 202 athletes participate in sports in our winter seasons. Basketball, we have a boys and girls team with 3 levels on each, a freshman, a JV, and a varsity. As you can see, we had 80 athletes total in basketball. Our ski team, which is a giant team, 47 athletes. We work with Kirkwood, and our team gets to go up about once a week on a Friday afternoon and go ski and practice. And then they have usually a competition once a week throughout the winter season. We had 21 boys as well as 26 girls participate in ski. Wrestling, we had 32 athletes this year, 21 boys and 11 girls. We have one of the bigger girls wrestling teams in Northern Nevada, and our girls do quite well as there. And then our cheer dance, they continue from fall into winter. And just some quick highlights for winter sports. Our boys basketball team finished 3rd in league this year. They earned a spot in regionals, and we had 2 all-league selections with 1 all-region selection, which is a combination of both the Sierra and a High Desert League in basketball. Our girls finished 4th in league, and they also had 2 all-league selections, all-league selections. For ski, sorry, I'm struggling to see that, so we're gonna pull mine. We had 19 athletes qualify for state for ski. Our girls team qualified as a team, so that's 10 skiers. And our boys team, while they didn't qualify as a team, they had 9 individuals qualify individually. Giant slalom had 2 girls rank in the top 20 in state and 1 in the top 10. And our girls took 3rd overall as a team. And with slalom, our girls had 2 rank in the top 20, and our boys had 3 rank in the top 20. So they did very well in state from the ski team. And wrestling, we had 9 athletes qualify for state, which is the biggest number we've had under our current coach, 6 boys and 3 girls. And all 3 of our girls placed at state with a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th place finish. So they also did very well. And then moving into our spring sports summary, we offer baseball, boys golf, softball, swim and dive, and track and field. Our baseball team has a varsity and a JV. We had 35 athletes combined on those. Boys golf had 12. Softball had 16. Swim and dive had 29 athletes, which is a very big team for swim and dive. And if you guys read the Record Courier today, they did very well. There's a nice little summary on how they did down in Vegas this past weekend. And track and field, we had 59 athletes, split pretty much down the middle, 30 boys and 29 girls. And just a little recap on that. This is the most fresh in my brain because it's happened within the last weekend. Baseball, we finished 8th in the 5A North, earning a regional spot. So we did participate in playoffs. We hosted a regional game a couple weeks ago. Softball, we finished 5th and made it into the top 4. We were a couple one inning away from going into that potential second, third place game. Track and field, we had 6 state qualifiers. We qualified in 3 events. Our girls 300 meter hurdles, we had 2 qualify. 800 meter dash, we had 1 qualify, and then our girls 4x400 team qualified. And then their places at state are there as well. Finished 6th and 7th in the 300 meter hurdles, finished 8th in the 800, and then finished 7th in the 4x4. Our swim and dive, like I mentioned earlier, we had 16 athletes qualify. So we sent 13 to Vegas this last weekend to compete at state. Our boys team finished 10th. They actually won regionals 2 weekends ago. And on our dive side, we had 2 of our boys get 1st and 2nd at state. And then our girls, we had our 1 girl diver and she earned 8th spot. And boys golf, we had 1 athlete qualify for state and finished 40th in that grouping. So that is a quick recap of DHS sports. And like I guess I wouldn't want to leave without talking about Douglas, at least a couple things. Next Tuesday, Mr. Rex already kind of mentioned it with our merit scholarship. We have 20 seniors that are participating next week in our DHS signing day. So those are 20 of our athletes that have made the decision to continue athletics into college. And we're going to be honoring them next week, Tuesday, in the main gym at 3:30. So I'm excited to do that. And believe it or not, we've already started kicking off for next year's athletics. Our football team, they started spring practices as soon as our spring sports ended. And we actually had our free physical tonight. So hopefully some of our athletes for next year are taking advantage of that. It's a great opportunity that our trainer does at our school to be able to provide that service to our athletes in the future. And I guess I wanted to end real quick that it's been an absolute blessing to be back at DHS. I'm a former graduate, so being able to come back and work in this school that I graduated from has been nothing short of amazing. Athletics was such a huge part of my life, and I am happy to be able to look over something that is hopefully just as enjoyable for everyone else that gets to participate in athletics at Douglas. And I wouldn't be here today without all of our families, our coaches, and specifically our athletes, as well as our DHS community, and the Douglas community. So I want to thank everyone that participates in athletics, who comes to school every day, not only to be amazing academic and students that we get to offer, but also to give a little bit more, get a little bit extra, stay 2-3 hours after school to go to practice, play 6 days a week, whether it's games Monday through Friday or even on Saturday. So just want to thank everyone there and want to congratulate all of our student athletes for all their accomplishments this past season. And I really can't wait to get going for next year. So that's just a quick highlight on Douglas High School. If you guys have any questions, I can definitely answer. And if not, I can jump into
Mr. Brady and then Ms. Jackson.
You mentioned student athletes. What are the scholastic requirements to play sports in Douglas?
So we follow what the NIA currently has set in stone. So every year when it comes to academics, there is I guess we look at it in a 9-week scale. So every 9 weeks, I have to check for compliance in terms of academics with a 2.0 GPA and making sure that they don't have any more than 1 F on that 9-week check. In between those 9 weeks, which we call status checks, we also have a 3-week grade check, which we look for Fs, and they can't carry Fs for more than 2 weeks, or can't carry an F in the same class for the same amount of time. So they get it a week, they go on probation, and then we check, and if they still have it, then they would be ineligible. So when it comes to academics, we do every 3 weeks, we are looking over grades throughout those seasons. Yep.
That brought up a thought that I just wanted to request for future. I know we have a lot of our athletes that are, what do they call them? They get an academic award for keeping a certain GPA. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So every season it's academics. We will go. We submit GPAs from the previous semester or the previous grading period, and they get put in for their academic state accolades or state that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So I guess I would just say for future, when you do this, I would love to know that number of how many of our athletes receive that, just because it'd be neat to see what, how many of them are. So for future, I don't need that.
No
to be
problem.
anymore.
So yeah, they get the award for having that 4.0 or higher, and it's unweighted GPA. So of course you're not going to get like the 4.5s and so on and so forth. But yes, that's something I can definitely provide.
Thank you. And then my question for you was, I noticed for like girls golf, we have 5 athletes, but for boys golf, we have 12. And I know there were a lot of boys that were cut from the team. So my question is, do we only have 5 girls because that's all that came out for the
Yes.
team? Okay. And then same with softball. We only had 1 team. Is that because do other teams have a JV university, but we don't have enough to?
So softball is an area in the north where we are seeing decline with not just Douglas, but other schools. And this is, I'm sure, the first year. And like I said, I've only been here 2, so I can't really speak to it, but I believe it's the first year in a long time that we weren't able to carry a JV team. So, but that is not just a Douglas High School problem. It is a throughout the north. Every year we go into the season, and those are calls that we're making, our schedules that we're having to change because of that. And it happened last year as well. We had a JV team, and there's about 3 or 4 schools that struggled to keep one. So,
Thank you.
yep.
Any other questions?
If I remember right, I believe cheer had made like an academic. They got an accolade during one of the football teams for having a combined GPA of like of a highest ranking or something like that.
So yeah, so last year we were the academic state champions for cheer as well as boys basketball. And then this year, I have to try to remember, but I don't remember. I know we were, I believe, 2nd in boys basketball this year. Our girls tennis team, I believe, was 3rd, but that is really reaching back into my brain and trying to remember that. So, but yeah, we did rank, but we just didn't get the plaque. They send you the plaque if you guys are the academic state champions, and we had 2 last year. So.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yes. Are you going to do the Whittle?
Yeah, I definitely can. So I'm going to try to maneuver this as best I can without completely messing that up. There it is. All right. So I am going to do my best and just kind of read these notes. So with Whittle during the fall, boys soccer team finished 4th in league play, qualified for the state tournament, advanced to the semifinals before falling to the eventual league champion. Team carried a roster of 15 student athletes and competed with great determination. The girls soccer team had also an outstanding season. They finished 3rd in league play and advanced to the state semifinals before losing to the eventual state champion. And like the boys, the program also had 15 athletes on their roster. All right. I'm going to try to figure out this. There we go. Girls golf continued to provide opportunities for participation. They had 4 athletes represent Whittle this season, with 1 qualifying for the state tournament. And in cross country, the boys team fielded 5 runners, enough to qualify as a complete team. They finished 8th at regionals, and individually, they had 1 runner place 2nd at both regionals and state. All right. During the winter season, Whittle's boys basketball program continued to grow, and they were able to field both a varsity and a JV team. Whittle finished 5th in league and had 18 students participate in the program. And then as well, the boys and girls ski teams continue to have strong participation, with 18 athletes competing throughout that season. And there we go. With spring sports, Whittle continued to expand its opportunities through boys and girls track. They had 1 relay team state champion and 3 individual state champions. One of particularly exciting accomplishment from Whittle is that they returned to girls swimming, which featured 1 athlete and marked the first time in over 20 years that they were able to field the swim program. And there we go. And then we're going. Cool. So to conclude, Mr. Pace wrote that Logan Robertson capped off an incredible track and field career in his past Saturday by becoming a 12-time state champion after winning the 800, the 1600, and the 3200 for the 4th year in a row. And in addition, Logan was also honored with the prestigious NIAA Top 10 Student Athlete of the Year Award for outstanding athletic, academic, and personal accomplishments. And that is it for the Watel's presentation.
Anything else you want to add?
So one of the last things that Mr. Pace stated was that the athletic programs continue to provide students with opportunities to compete, grow, and represent the school community with pride. More than 50% of the high school students participated in athletics across all 3 sports seasons this past year. That speaks strong to the strong culture of involvement and commitment as they continue to build at Wattel. He wanted to thank our coaches, families, staff, and community members for their continued support of Wattel Athletics, and most importantly, congratulate our student athletes for their dedication, perseverance, and accomplishments throughout the year. Just a side note, we had not had boys soccer in almost 4 years. And if you look at the rosters for boys and girls soccer, that's 30 students out of 80 high school students. Plus you had track and field, plus you had 4 on golf. So that really shows that there is a strong drive at such a small school with athletics.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. All right. At that, we're going to, since we were just talking about students, we're going to go to Ms. Crow, and she will do her student report to follow that up.
Okay. Hi. Basically, we were just finishing up AP exams through both schools. Those were the last, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. This week, we're just focusing on makeups. I am one of those people who need to make one up. This week at Douglas, we're celebrating our Dude Be Nice week. And I guess you could say in partnership with that, we were, well, sorry, there was a community event called Hot Air for Hope, and our leadership class volunteered hours there this past weekend. 2 weeks ago, we just celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week, which was really cool. We gave out all these not baskets, but these little gift bags and stuff, which was cool to see all the teachers be appreciated. And every day we gave an announcement over the speakers, I think during 5th period. And it was just kind of nice to see the teachers be appreciated. And I know a lot of them were very happy to have recognition. 8th grade promotion at Wattel is June 4th, and then graduation for them is June 9th, and Douglas's graduation is June 11th. And that's mostly what I have for today. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah.
Ms. Miller.
Wattel's prom is going to be on June 5th.
Yeah, okay. I saw that and I was but it said the rose prom.
I think that might be their theme. They do a theme every year.
Okay. I wasn't sure
It's
that was
gonna be on a boat.
theme. Oh, really? That's so cool. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. But
When you have a small school, you can do that.
yeah.
We would have to rent a cruise ship, and that's not going to
Yeah.
fit on Tahoe.
You wouldn't even fit on the Dixie, unfortunately. That only
These
holds
would
a.
not work for
I think
DHS.
one time I was looking at I don't know, boats or something, I don't know. And the biggest one, it was 3,000 a person. And I was yeah, Douglas can't do that. No, not right now.
No.
But not ever.
No, we work with a lot of. The school works with a lot of local companies, and they get a really great deal for that. Plus it's outside of wedding season, so there's a whole bunch of things.
That's true. Yeah.
So
That's really awesome that they get to do that. So,
Well, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Mhm.
We appreciate it. And this is most likely, I believe, your last board meeting,
I guess so.
because
Yeah.
the next one is after graduation. We would love for you to come back, but we understand that it's going to be summer break, and I know you go to your dad's in the summertime, right?
Actually, not this year. I thought it was, sorry, this is a little bit TMI, but I thought it was, I'd go there until I'm 18, which my birthday is like at the like very end of June, but it's only till I graduate. I'm so awesome. Thank you. But yeah. Okay. So.
All right, we will move to agenda item number 6, our boiler replacement project.
Trustee Wagstaff, can we do our property and liability insurance and then our
Yes.
guests can?
I'm
leave?
so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to miss things, so I'm really kind of jumping all over the place. But yes, we can move to, I don't know what agenda item that is. 12. Thank you. They weren't given to us. Thank you, gentlemen, for being so patient. I appreciate your time.
The red light on. There we go. Thank you very much, President Wagstaff and members of the board and staff. Brandon Lewis for the record with USI Insurance Services. I have the privilege of serving as your agent and broker for the district's insurance that we're presenting. Pleased to be joined by Mr. Alan Colt, the Chief Financial Officer for Pool Pact. Alan, I believe, has some comments if you'd like to start off.
Oh, sure. Oops. Is that on? There we go. First of all, what an honor for you to be here. It's a flashback. My son was student body president, and he was allowed to attend school board meetings. And as you gave that update, it warmed my heart. It's cool that you're actively involved. And I gave you a challenge coin as well. And what I want you to do is I want you to open that coin. How many days are in a week? Yeah, there's 7 words on here. That is what Pool Pact stands for. And I've given each of my kids the same coin, okay? The first word is proactive. Our organization is proactive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each of these words, and I want to challenge you as a young adult who's going to embrace upon life. You are the future. And think about there's 7 days in a week. There's 7 words. If I took that principle and I said to myself in my own life, how can I embrace that word to make my life better, my community better, my company better, and the world a better place? So we look, first word I want to talk about is proactive. What is being proactive? Proactive is looking into the future, looking beyond just this week, next week, this term, next term, a long-term vision, okay? Accountability. Okay? As an organization at Pool Pact, we believe in being accountable to our members, okay? And the members are accountable to their employees, their students, okay? Their organizations, sports teams, those type of things. All the employees are accountable to the community at large, okay? Responsibility. It's important that all of us take personal responsibility, and we're responsible for our actions. And as the school district, you guys are member owners of Pool Pact, or of Pool. You're not a member of the Workers' Comp program, but you're owner of the Pool program, okay? And with that, there's a lot of responsibilities that you do what's best for the district. You do what's best for the staff. You do what's best for the students, the community, and overall. Next is strength. Our program, the Pool program, was established in 1987. Okay, nearly 40 years ago, and we remain very strong financially. Okay, and with that is stability. By us pulling together, coming together, and having the 15 school districts as members, locking our arms, we're able to get more favorable pricing, lower rates, have better e-learning systems, and those type of things by cooperating and graduating to make a better program for all districts. Okay, not only do we have school districts, we have cities, we counties, and general improvement districts, and Lord knows Douglas County has a lot of GIDs that we help support and promote with our programs. Okay, so that's strength, stability, everybody working together cooperatively, financially. We're a stable organization. We promote fiscal leadership within all the membership. Safety and risk management, safety in our own lives is a paramount of importance. The last word, service. We're in the business of public service. And my son, that was student body president, has embraced a life of service in the nonprofit world. He was an honor graduate, went to a Pac-12 school, graduated from London School of Economics. He runs a nonprofit that helps for homelessness. He provides service. this community, this Board of Trustees provides service to the district, to the community, to the students to grow the future and make those opportunities for every student in the district, whether athletes or not. You know, and athletes are a very great, important part of the whole educational experience. But we're here to serve one another, to make Douglas County is the best school district in the state, but we want to make the best even better. And every school district is the best. Every student, we want them to achieve their best, but we think the best can be even better. So embrace a lifestyle of service. That's kind of the motto, the vision of Pool and PACT, our organization, working with our diverse membership. And that's our focus. And oh, by the way, yeah, we do provide coverage that is placed in the marketplace for property liability, you know, those type of things, in workers' comp on the PAC side. And you guys are, you have a very gifted, talented broker that you work with. We have service providers, Jeff K, School Safety. We have an e-learning program that is one of the best. We won an international award, #3 award last year on our e-learning platform. And school districts are one of the highest users of our e-learning. We have HR consulting that you have a business partner that works with you to provide those services. We provide safety and law enforcement, health and wellness, and cybersecurity. So there's 6 different levels of service. And in the law enforcement community, that means we got your 6, we got your back, working with our members to make them better. So I apologize for the long introduction and sorry for making it personal, but so impressed. And I'll tell you what, many years ago, my nephew graduated from Douglas County High School. That was one of the coolest graduations I've ever been to. And I've been to a lot of Nevada high school graduations. And you guys did it right back in, you know, however many years ago. I'm sure it's still awesome. So with that, we'll turn the formal presentation over to Brandon.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions for Mr. Culp? Awesome, thank you. So for this renewal, there's a brief summary in the board item that was updated. Gives you a little bit of an overview on that front. And then in terms of the attachments, one is our insurance proposal from USI. It's got little four pictures on the front. That one I'll start to give just a brief overview and be happy to address any questions. In that document, if you go to page 4, it gives a brief list of the markets. And when we mention Pool as a market, it's really underselling them quite a bit because it's a member-owned program that your district is a part of. And then for your excess workers' compensation, you are separate there. You're self-insured for workers' comp. And we've placed the required excess coverage required by the state with inclined casualty. This will be the 2nd year for that one. Some trustees might remember last year, we actually recommended switching from Safety National to inclined casualty. Safety National was increasing their minimum premiums. They were going to go up to $75,000 and then $100,000. So we switched and kept that premium right around $50,000. On page 4 in our proposal, there's a brief overview of the exposures. Really what's driving this renewal, we did see decreased property rates. The Pool and Ellen's team have done a tremendous job over the years. I've seen them as they market the program every year for members compared to our marketing and other brokers marketing for other entities that are not in the Pool. So a lot of the entities in Washoe County and Clark County are self-insured and they buy their own property insurance. And over the last 5 to 10 years, I've been able to see the Pool consistently, honestly, get better results than a lot of the standalone entities on their own. So we did see lower property rates. That was countered. You'll note in the proposal by property values. Each year, the Pool does work with an appraisal firm to trend building and content values to ensure that they are adequate for the current replacement cost. That's a key part of going to the underwriters in London and making sure we can get the best rates. We want to make sure we're reporting the right values. And in that trending process this year, the values did go up 18%. I reviewed that personally, went through the report with district staff. We wanted to make sure everything made sense. And a lot of it, we cross-checked with a couple other sources that my firm has access to for appraisal values. And honestly, it lined up pretty well. A lot of it was values as you get up closer to the lake. Replacement cost is just more, right? It just costs more to do the same project up there. But wanted you to know that even though those values are up, we did go through those in detail to make sure they made sense. On page 5, just gives a brief overview of the premiums, kind of the details here. And the top portion is, I'll call it property liability package, but this really includes a wide range of coverage, property insurance, not just general liability, but what we call professional and employment practices liability. The pool also provides cyber insurance coverage, environmental or pollution coverage, as well as student accident coverage. These are all included in the program. Like Alan mentioned, that's the insurance coverage part. And then there's a whole range of other resources that the pool provides, from safety and training, the online courses. Those are included all in here. There's no extra charges. So the premium here did go up about 11% with the pool. That was largely driven by the 18% increase in the appraised or trended values for replacement cost. It would have been higher, but they were able to get rate reductions from the markets to partially offset that. The second section of this page talks about, we'll call it your excess workers' compensation. The district is self-insured for the first $400,000 of every occurrence. That could be one employee getting injured, or it could be multiple employees in one incident. That first 400 of that occurrence is on the district. And then above that, incline casualty would pay anything above that for that event. That rate stayed flat because we placed a 2-year policy that the board approved last year. The last item is also required by statute. You have to post some form of security to be self-insured. Some entities do post letters of credit or other deposits, but Douglas School District, like a lot of others, have secured a bond, and that annual premium here is just at $6,800 based on the limit that you currently carry. And the Division of Insurance each year will actually review your claims and send a letter to the district saying, here's the limit you have to carry. So that's pretty easy to set. Any questions so far? That just honestly gives a quick overview of that. The other document that was attached is actually the pool's coverage summary. So a little bit redundant information, but it does go into a little more detail on the coverage provided by the pool. Broad brush, the district has a $10,000 deductible. That's for any type of liability or property claim. What's unique about the pool is they don't charge you a higher deductible if you had an earthquake or flood event. Most, homeowners or business insurance policies, you're going to look at a percentage deductible for those, but it's always just $10,000 per occurrence for the district, whether it's a liability claim, an earthquake, a fire, vandalism, anything like that. The pool has a per loss limit of $500 million. That was increased this year from $300 million, and then a number of additional coverages in addition to that. The next page in the pool proposal goes over liability coverage, and the pool provides each member. So the district itself has a $10 million per event liability limit, and subject to a $10 million aggregate for the term. You don't share that limit with any member. That's yours. For school districts, important to note, there is a sexual abuse sublimit of $2.5 million. That's a healthy limit that we see in the marketplace. Some insurers will sublimit that to $1 million. Some won't even offer the coverage. For school districts, depending on claims history, it can be difficult to get that coverage. But that is a sublimit. You don't have the full $10 million for that type of claim. There's also cyber risk coverage. The general limit is $1 million. And then they've also included some cyber crime coverage for those unfortunate events if someone tricks someone into paying a false invoice, things like that. And then I think I mentioned there's also some pollution coverage built in. That's a very healthy, broad coverage form with I believe, a $25,000 deductible. And then there's student accident coverage included for the district as well. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Brady?
Help me understand. I'm looking at two different numbers here, the 1.165 versus the 1.109, which we're approving the 1,109,000, but I see a 1,165,493.
Oh, no, thank you for the question. The 1,109,000 is the total renewal premium for the pool coverage. And then the 1,165,000 number is the total premium, including the second year of your excess work comp policy and your workers' comp bond. So it includes those other two coverage lines.
So do we need to approve the larger number or the smaller number?
The larger number to renew all of those.
The 1.165.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Any other questions? Ms. Jackson?
So, I'm just wondering, like, we just talked about getting rid of possibly some properties, you know, as surplus property. Would that mean, our insured property value would go down? And would that change things for future years or whenever that occurs?
Thank you. That's a good question as well. We talked about that with Susan Estes quite a bit, just trying to help, project and look at potential cost savings. The pool, when they provide us a quote, they just give us one number. Here's your premium for all your property, liability, and all the coverage I mentioned. However, deep in the process, there are property insurance rates and liability rates. They do provide us estimates for those. And so to answer your question directly, yes, if you removed a building, if you removed a property and didn't need to insure it anymore, there would be a direct savings on the property premium. And we can estimate that. We have the estimated rate for that just for, budget purposes. And on the liability side, there should also be some reduction, but the liability insurance is rated on more than just square footage, more than just area of a building. It's, students and teachers and budget and payroll. So property, yes, we should see a direct reduction, but liability, we should also. It just may not. It would have to be calculated by the pool.
Is it kind of one where like it's prorated? So if we get rid of something in the middle of the year, that lowers it, or would it be not until the next year that we would see that? And
with the pool, it would not be till next year. The pool, since they aggregate applications from over 140 members, they go to the markets each year in February, March, get the quotes, and those are the quotes and premiums for the next year. So we always tell clients, if you're going to add, don't tell Alan, but if you're going to add school buses or anything, buy them after July 1 because you don't pay a premium until next year.
I was going to bring that up. You do have the ability during the year when you add buses, if you were to build a new building, or let's say you had $5 million worth of improvement, I think it's up to 10 million. You don't have to disclose to us, automatically picked up for that first year. But come July 1, it will be added to the schedule in the same way it would be deducted. And on the property insurance, there's a rate per, it's kind of like your homeowners. You get a rate per makeup. I don't know if it's $1,000 or $10,000 per building value. There's a factor. And then on the liability side, we have an independent actuary that runs the calculation on a bunch of variables as it relates to average student of ADA, number of teachers, and schools are rated within the school box, where cities and counties are rated within their box, if you will. So factors that directly related to school liability and that stuff is costed independently. And in the same token that you're not costed out for law enforcement other than your school resource officers, but I believe that's probably handled through Douglas County Sheriff's Department. So so you guys are not affected directly by that.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, so you wouldn't receive money back if you sold a building midterm, but we would make sure it was not on the application for next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Miller?
So back on the exposure comparison, it shows like the number of employees is 716, and then obviously for the next school year is 682. However, we have yet to go to a personnel report where we're having resignations or retirements. So is that going to have an effect for next school year on this policy? I know we're trying to get ahead, but obviously I don't know if that impact is going to be huge or not.
Good question. All the exposures are quoted by the pool based on what's reported in early January. They collect all the information, so it's sort of a snapshot in time. So based on the exposures then, that's what the quote's based on for the next policy year. So similar to locations or buses, if you had a change today in any one of these, it wouldn't change the renewal quote.
Okay, but it would affect the renewal quote coming into the 27-28 school year, because obviously then we're going to look at that snapshot in January, halfway through the next school year.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And that policy is consistently applied, and it's been that way since 1980.
No, I figured I would just ask, since we hadn't gotten to that piece of that puzzle, and this is talking about next school year, and we're still, figuring out next school year. Obviously, we've had a consolidation, we've had obviously some fiscal, deficits that we're still coming out of. So I just figured I'd ask that question going into the actual next school year. When does this number come up? So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're
We will go ahead and take public comment and then bring it back.
Sounds good.
All right. So we will open up public comment at this time. All right, seeing as there is no public comment, we will close it at this time and bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion.
A question, the superintendent. Given that so much of this is centered on property values, why are we taking money out of the general fund instead of building and sites or the capital improvement fund?
Can you be specific with that? What do you mean?
Well, we're insuring all of our properties.
Mhm.
And that seems to bear the huge part of the cost. And my thought is, why do we have to pay out of the general fund? Can't we use building and sites fund to pay for this insurance?
Yeah, that has been a past practice of the district. I can get a legal opinion on that. And if the legal opinion supports shifting this expenditure to capital, then we will shift it.
That'd be a big deal.
Yes.
Okay.
The board can still approve this. And
Yes.
then we can
Yes.
shift the expenditure.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Jansen.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to renew the district's property and casualty liability coverage through the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool for the period of July 1st, 2026 through July 1st, 2027, as presented. Funding for the insurance premium is through the general fund.
I'll make a second with a modification.
Yeah, we
So
should
you can second
modify
and
it.
amend it.
Huh?
And amend it. So you
Okay,
can amend it.
I'll second, but then I want an amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Jansen and a second by Mr. Brady. Go ahead.
What I would like to include is the amount of the premium, unless you wanted something else, Mr. Alvarado.
I think that's fine, but I also believe we don't need to designate the general fund, or
Yeah.
else we'd have
Yeah.
to bring that back. So
So
I would just approve the expenditure and then the district will figure out which fund to pay it out of.
You want to try that
Okay,
motion
so
again?
so resend the second and resend the motion.
Okay.
And we're making Renee's job harder.
And what is the amount?
1 million.
And where it says as presented.
Huh?
Okay. Directs,
No, we should include the.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to renew the district property and casualty liability coverage through the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool for the period of July 1st, 2026 through July 1st, 2027 as presented. With the, you want
And-
the amount?
Yes, $1,165,493.94. I'm big on numbers, okay?
Yeah. Go ahead and second it too.
So we have a motion
In a second.
by Ms. Jansen and a second by Mr. Brady. Any other discussion, questions, thoughts? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Anyone Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Brandon. Yeah. Trustee Wagstaff, can we go to closed session and then come back into the TAs?
Yeah.
Save some money.
Did we, do you want to do the boiler first? Or wait?
We have bus drivers here. They get up at what, 4 in the morning,
Okay.
3:30. Yeah, so let's.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, then we will go to closed session very quickly and come back and do our negotiation. All right, we are back from closed session where we discussed union negotiations. And we are coming back for agenda. I just had the right page. Sorry. Thank you. Number 15. Before we begin, I just want to, we are going to make sure I get the right one here. Number 16 will be moved to next month. Okay. Just mark it off so I don't try to come back to it. All right. So number 15, Ms. Dwyer.
Good evening, Jeannie Dwyer for the record. Agenda item 15, we're bringing to you tonight the approval of the tentative agreement for the collective bargaining agreement between the district and the Nevada Classified Employees and Public Workers Association, Chapter 6, Douglas County Classified School Employees Association, otherwise known as our bus drivers. And this is, there's an error on the agenda. I want to clarify for the record. This agreement is July 1 of 2025 through June 30th of 2027. So I have Louis Trio and Juan Sanchez here. They are part of union leadership and the negotiations team, and they're here tonight to help me present. So they're going to speak up if I say anything wrong. So the agreement that was brought in December that was ratified, so the changes that were made to that agreement may remain ratified and presented to you for approval. But in addition to that, we have we took the opportunity of continuing negotiations to look at some more language. So we have amended some language, and I will go through that really quick with you. And we've also talked about compensation. And so just for your information, on December 18th, the previously ratified agreement was brought to you. But the board voted not to approve the tentative agreement at that time due to our pending fiscal emergency and the critical need for further cost containment measures. The board directed the superintendent to go back to negotiations and encourage both parties to reconvene to address the district's financial constraints. In looking at the budget considerations and impact of this contract being brought to you, the contract is the cost of the step and column increase, PERS, workers' compensation, and Medicare is approximately $12,731 per year. And the 5-day contract reduction that we agreed to would be as cost savings to the district of about $30,925. So that gets us about $5,400 savings in the next 2 years with the cost of the contract. The language items that we reviewed were in relation to employee discipline, corrective action, and discipline. We actually applies to one of our public commenters tonight, and something that you brought up, Trustee Miller. We actually put in language into the agreement that addresses video surveillance and how a driver would be potentially, how disciplinary action could be taken against a driver based solely upon video surveillance. And so that's some of the language that we fixed. That's Article 8.1E. We also looked at the corrective action and discipline, and we changed a bunch of language and added language as far as written warnings, written reprimands, and then subsequent offenses. We went through, we changed language specifically to contract days for 1 year only. And so the exact number of days a bus driver would be contracted should fall between 171 and 174 student attendance days. Basically, our bus drivers would be contracted for the days that students attend school for 1 year. That would remove the training days that we have provided to our bus drivers. We discussed that most of our bus driver staff has seniority. They've been around for a long time and they've had a lot of training, and that they think that they would be able to continue with the training that they have. And then if they needed new training, like we would just figure out how that would look within their school day or on PLC days or something like that. Yes, you can.
Louis Trio for the record. So with that training, we do have mandated training due to our job with some of the endorsements we carry in federal. But when talking about taking it out of the our contracted days, which for us is our annualized time, the whole contract in there. Those days are usually like 7 to 8 hour days when we do the training. A lot of the training that we have to do that we have to re-up, it sometimes can be under 4 hours. So if we have to do some of that re-upping of the training, some of it's every year, it will cost the district severely less. And like she said, there is some drivers where we have been doing it a long time. Like I've been doing it 16 years. I won't necessarily need to do it. It's more focused on the new drivers. So it is a cost saving. It will be a cost, but there will be some additional training, but it will be significantly less hours, even if we have to do it on the non-contract day. And we have language in the contract that allows that as well.
And so basically having every driver be paid to show up for a whole day of training, we would timesheet them for training that's required for their license, in which, like Louis said, it could be 4 hours, opposed to every driver being paid for 6 to 8 hours to be at work all day. We made sure to include language that this is not setting any precedent and that we would restore all contract language as far as contract days after the 1 year. So it really is just for 1 year, the 26-27 school year. And all contracts would be revised at a later time. We also fixed some language around overtime, assigned time, unassigned time, extra time, to be aligned with the FSLA, so our labor laws, which we follow, but we just wanted to make sure it was captured in the contract as far as overtime and requirements around that. Did I miss something? I think that's...
Again, Louis, for the record, I think we added comp time. We were a group that doesn't have comp time. We're not sure how that'll affect us, but we do know we are a small workforce that probably carries most of the district's overtime. It's the nature of the beast. So we're trying to find a way to at least give the opportunity to reduce that overtime in your overtime line in your budget. We don't know how it'll work because legal in the room at the time says it's got to be paid every pay period or the next pay period. We were willing to let that comp time go to the year end so we could use it when we could. We're really short drivers, so it's hard to get subs, but we at least are making an attempt to see. We'll see. It'll take a year to see how that works, and maybe we can do more down the road. But that was just another avenue we were trying to save overtime pay on your guys as a way to reduce some. We know we work a lot of overtime. It just happens. It's part of the game.
They also have weeks where they don't work overtime. It just depends. We have to true them up and down often. I want to read really quick, and then employees may be allowed with immediate supervisor approval to convert overtime to compensatory time. And that count time must be used in the following pay period. It will be paid out as overtime. So we had talked about allowing, just because sometimes the driver schedules are, they work overtime in a week. They have to, just because of routes and trips. But if there's release days or non-student days, then they would have that extra time to use at that time. So we were trying to find a way, something that doesn't cost a lot of money, but means a lot to employees.
Louis Trio for the record again. As an example this week, so my route, I'm just going to use my route. I have a special ed route. It is a 43-hour a week route on a normal week. This week's not a normal week. Have an early out Monday. I lose 3 hours of pay on that day and then no time tomorrow. It's an 8.5-hour loss. So it's 11.5 hours of my 43. So it'd be nice to be able to use comp time to get me to the 40. And then that way it's not overtime and it doesn't be paid out later. Something that we as a group are willing to do. There's a lot of opportunity to do that. So those are the kind of things we're looking for to help reduce more costs where we can, outside of even what is manageable that we can see right now. So that's kind of was our idea. We'll see how it works.
Aaron.
Sorry, I had so it's almost like, so say you're working, like you work almost like a 50-hour week, but the next week is a 30-hour week. You flexed it. So you get 2 40-hour week checks type situation is kind of what it's looking like.
Mm-hmm.
So you are not being paid overtime, which helps us, but then you get a steady consistent paycheck for that, 40, 40, 40 versus a 50, a 30, a 25, because you have those banked hours. So I just want to make sure I understood that and I'm able to communicate that clearly. So thank you.
Louis Trio for the record. For your example, a 50-hour week, 10 hours of that would be time and a half. So I'd be comped at 15 hours. But yes, you could take then 10 hours, that 15 hours and comp it there without overtime. So then on the next pay period, it's only 5 hours overtime. I've comped out the rest. So it would reduce 10 hours of overtime or whatever it was.
So my next question is who's tracking this?
Louis Trio for the record. So we are a group that uses a time clock. We are hourly employees. And just so you know, for the record, I'm also the state president for Nevada Classified School Employee Public Workers Association. We represent 7 school districts, a lot of different groups, including classified supervisors, classified confidential employees, and then classified groups. So we are big on time clocks, as we are hourly employees is the best way to track it. We are a time clock group. We are not a time sheet. So I think Leslie in our office keeps track of our time, and we're adults. We track our time as well because it's an app that we can all use. So we use the time clock.
I want to make sure that you're not at the end of the day getting shorted from this comp time situation. So I just want to make sure everyone stays trued up. So thank you for all that.
Louis Trio for the record. We are not concerned. We're on a time clock, so we're good.
Ms. Knighting, did you have something you wanted to? Okay. Right. Ms. Jackson and then Mr. Brady.
I just have 2 comments. First of all, I want to say thank you for the board memo. I really liked having kind of the history, the things to consider, and the savings we'll get. I really liked that. So I just want to say thank you. I thought that was well done. And my other comment is to the bus drivers. And I just want to say thank you for working with us in trying to cut costs. I know it's difficult to give up a little bit of your salary, right? I know how important that is to how we live our lives. And so I'm just grateful to you guys for working with us and helping us to cut costs so that we can try and get this balanced budget, get through this. And then in the future, we hope to get it all back to you. And but we just want to say thank you for working with us on this. Thank you.
Mr. Brady?
I certainly would echo Heather's comments to you guys. There's reference here to a reopener clause. If that is the case, what is the metric that triggers that reopen clause? If we go from 48,000 to 50,000 in our ending fund balance, does that trigger there should be a metric there?
And so we have agreed that, well, and it says in the agreement that we can reopen, either party can reopen at any time, for any reason. We also had talked about signing a 4-year contract, but we had decided to only stick with the 2 years. So basically, as soon as this is agreed upon or approved, we will reopen negotiations to start working on the next contract. And so the reopener clause was if our financial situation changes drastically in one way or another, we would reopen and go back to negotiations like we did.
That's very subjective. What I'm looking for is something definitive.
A total amount.
Says if our ending fund balance goes above 8%, then we can reopen negotiations or something to that effect. So.
Go ahead.
Louis Trio for the record. So just a little history. So as negotiations were going, there was a lot going on. We were one, we hate, I don't want to say we hate. It seems like we're negotiating all the time, right? Because we started this process in February of 2025, and we're just now completing now. We will start again in February of 2027. And so we were talking to do a 4-year with reopeners. We in the negotiating world, you can do reopeners. And so the reopeners would have been for language 1 year. So being 27 would be our next one. We would have came in and did like we had negotiation, but a reopener for limited. So there's really no parameters. Either side can negotiate anything they want. And they could say whether, just like we did this time where your fiscal time is. It was more, we were going to expand to a 4-year contract. And if both sides or either side wanted to make changes throughout without true true full negotiations, we could do that, handle one or two language items, maybe monetary. They could say, hey, we got extra money. Let's sit down and talk about it. We'd be okay. We might come in and say, hey, this comp time, we need some help. We need to do something else. It was more along those lines in a 4-year CBA, not so much this is what we're here open. But while we're here, one thing we do have in our CBA that we negotiated way back in February, we have what's called a fair share formula. And it's nice. And, Frankie's, it was great. One of my first conversations with him is a conversation we had with this. He had experience with it. I do too, in other districts. The formula is basically is based on the fund balance. And all of our monetary things, and I use Lyon County School District as an example. So basically, in a nutshell, when I negotiate Lyon County, they come to the table with an amount of money. Per our fair share policy, this is how much money your group, and they do it by FTE. So classified group is equal to 48% of the workforce of the things. You get 48% of this money that went over the amount done in the formula. How do you want to spend it? It's a great way to do negotiations. And usually they'll say 1% COLA is this, you go through it. You can take it in a COLA, you can take it in higher sick leave payout. It's a great way to negotiate. So when I had conversation, he knew exactly what I was talking about, knew what it was called. We actually put it in our CBA. So one of the things this group, why we were, I think, eager to negotiate is we understand we're as vested in that fund balance growing as you guys are, as everybody is. I personally think this should be in everybody's CBA because then we're all equally vested in the strength of the financial situation of the district. Only way I get a raise down the road, only way I get more compensation in other avenues is for that to grow. And so it helps us. We were really focused on number one, we're not here to be millionaires. We're here to help our students succeed in life. That's where it starts. And so we were like, well, we need to do that. We need to do our part, however we can, to help our students succeed in life. And so we didn't want to take money away from them. We want their day to be normal. And then number two, we're vested in that fund balance. So we're interested in getting more efficient, more effective, do more with less people, maybe just do our part of it. So 5 days was pretty easy for us. We do have opportunity with trips to make some of that up, some of us, but we were really focused on that fair share agreement and understanding that we're doing this for, like Trustee Jackson said, down the road, we know it's going to come back to us, right? So we feel like we're paying something forward right now that will come back to us later. And I really appreciate Frankie. It's the first time in this district somebody understood what I was talking about, that it wasn't a scheme or a scam. It was full investment. And I just feel like it's really the right person at the right time to where, and I'm a big believer that I think all of the CBA should have it. Now it's negotiable, but I mean, we're all on the same page financially and with our job. It helps, right? Everybody's looking to pinch that penny. Like we can find places to pinch penny. We can talk to our peers. We can do it. We're vested. So, I hope that kind of, roundabout way.
There's an element of good faith here on both parts.
We would hope so, yeah.
Me being a numbers guy, I prefer a number, but I'll leave it at that you guys will take care of it.
Again, Louis Trier for the record. Find it it's on Article 10. You probably be interested in the fair share. It's in there. It gives you the calculation of how it will be. And you have to plug the numbers in, right? We trust the budget office to do it. So if you look into it, you probably appreciate what that is. And I would like to say thank you for coming to at least one of our meetings, if not two. It was great. I'm used to having school board members in negotiations and other districts I too. It was a breath of fresh air. I really appreciate that someone from the board came and sat in. I know you're just there to listen, but it was really nice. It was nice to have another person there. So I appreciate your time to come when you did come.
Page 17 is that fair share formula. If you're interested, it's page 17 of the contract. So I have a recommendation if you would like to hear that, or would you like to ask for more questions?
Does anyone have more questions? Yes, we do. We do have to do public comment.
The guy in the sky.
The guy in the sky.
Do you have any questions? That's
No,
you.
ma'am.
Okay.
So it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the revised tentative agreement between the Douglas County School District and the Douglas County Community School Employees Association, Chapter 6, bus drivers.
Thank you. All right, we will go to public comment. All right, public comment is open for anyone who would like to make comment on this agenda item. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment.
Wait, there might be some online. Let me just check.
Oh, okay. I forgot. I didn't see Mr. X sitting over there, so I okay. So we're going to assume that there's none online. So we will close public comment at this time and bring it back to the board for any further discussion, questions, comments, and a motion. No, Ms. Dwyer made a recommendation. Someone on the board has to make a motion. She's not on the board. Okay. For it, Ms. Miller.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agreement for the collective bargaining between the district and the bus driver chapter number 6
As presented.
as presented.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Ms. Jackson. Any further questions or comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your time. We really
Yeah.
appreciate.
Thank you, Mr. Trio, Mr. Sanchez.
Have
a good night.
Go get some sleep so you can drive our kids really safe in the morning. Thanks. No, we're jumping around. Okay. I know that we do not have any, back to agenda item number 3. We do not have any DCSD shout outs today, but I do want to just take a minute. And before the meeting today, we held our retirement celebration and just want to say thank you to all of our wonderful employees and all their hard work and dedication to our district for many years. And we just really appreciate it. And they are what have created a great district. And we're sad to see them go, but wish them all the best in their future retirement and hope they come back. Maybe to sub or tutor or volunteer, just whatever. We'll always take great people. All right. All right. Agenda item number 6, our boiler replacement project. And I do know that
Yeah. Mr. McCullough wasn't able to join us tonight, so Mrs. Willoughby will present this item.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby. We appreciate it.
Terry Willoughby for the record. This is a professional services agreement. This is only for the engineering. It is a little confusing the way it's written, but the scope of this contract is on page 91 of the contract, and it is for the 3 projects listed. Jacks Valley boilers, Scarcelli boilers, and Powaloo boilers. However, this is not the construction contract. This is strictly the engineering. The scope of work consists of providing the design development, providing construction documents, preparing the electrical design, the mechanical design, handling the bid, preparing the bid documents, and those types of services. And although it is for $116,000, the work will be billed on the work completed. So like on an hourly basis, he'll submit an invoice. So this is like a not to exceed contract. It's not necessarily that they will spend $116,000. That's just the contract amount. It is a professional service agreement based on the work completed. And I'll happy to answer any questions as far as I can.
Thank you for those clarifications. Appreciate it. Ms. Miller.
So this is just approving the $116,000. It is not approving the Jacks Valley, Scarcelli, and Powaloo boiler amount of the $398, the $472, and the $734.
Terry Willoughby for the record. That's correct. It's strictly the engineering for the $116,000.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions?
Is there a need to address change orders in this?
No, there's no need for that. This is just a design project.
Okay.
Ms. Miller?
Why are we redesigning the boilers?
The project requires engineering, so we have to proceed with this contract in order to get it done.
For getting the boilers updated?
Yes.
Okay.
They're just making bid specs for us to be able to go out to bid, basically is what they're doing.
So it's like a consulting fee.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we will open it up for public comment then at this time. Any online? All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. Thank you, Ms. Willoughby. Any other questions, thoughts, comments, and a motion?
Yeah, was this our only estimate for this, or was this the best estimate for this?
Mr. Rex, were you involved in this or was this? Okay.
Terry Willoughby for the record. This particular, under Nevada law, you're not required to give estimates for professional services contracts such as this. It doesn't go out to bid. This particular firm has done quite a bit of engineering for the school district in the past and is very familiar with the facilities. And so that is why this firm was chosen.
Thank you. Did that answer your question, Mr. Zinke?
Sure did.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would move to approve the design contract from Sierra Engineering at $116,000 for the boiler replacement engineering project as presented and in accordance with the capital improvement plan.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Brady, a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, agenda item number 7, Board Policy 521, Student Dress and Grooming. Ms. Peters, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Leslie Peters. So this is a second reading of the policy student dress and appearance that Mr. Alvarado presented to you in September. And so we were asked, our office by Mr. Alvarado, myself and Assistant Principal Molly Ravenscroft, to gather some information before we brought this back for a second reading, which we did. We sent all of you a survey to get some of your feedback. And so we have done that. So besides the board policy, which you have in front of you and hopefully will approve, we also took information from those of you that responded to the survey, and we also spoke with our leadership team at our leadership meeting. So all of our administrators had looked to see what revisions Molly and I were suggesting based on feedback from you and what they felt was appropriate and enforceable. Part of the issue with dress code is enforcement. So I think I said that before. We can have all kinds of things written, but it comes down to how much can we actually enforce that. And so I guess right now you're just approving as a second reading the policy. So I don't know if you have any questions about that.
Anybody have any questions?
I will say that based on the responses back from the survey that Molly and I sent to you, there was a question about the dress code policy and AR being structured by school level. And so your options were, yes, it should be differentiated by school level. So whether that was elementary, middle, or high school, or no, it should be consistent. And the majority of you that responded said it should be a K-12 or a pre-K-12 policy in AR. So it doesn't get confusing when students are leaving 5th grade and going to 6th grade or whatever. So that is reflected in the policy revision.
Yeah, to remind the board of the conversation in September, it was a desire of the board that this board policy is implemented with fidelity across all the schools the same way. And that's exactly what we will communicate to our administrators. I did hold a meeting with them virtually back in the fall. And if you approve this tonight, we'll do the same thing as we exit, but we'll also ask our administrators to send a communication to all our families so that they can prepare for school next year with the dress code in place rather than a dress code being imposed after they've done all of their school shopping.
Thank you. Thank you for the work on this. I really appreciate it. And I like the policy. I think it's short, sweet, and to the point, and the AR covers all the details. So we think so too. So any other thoughts, comments, questions? Ms. Miller?
I appreciate you taking our input because you do have a couple of sites that have multi-levels, middle school, high school, or combined. And so that can, when you do if you did a 3-tiered approach, it could cause a little bit of an issues. Or if you have kids that are helping out at the or that go to middle school, high school, and then they go down to the elementary school to help again. It provides continuity. So thank you for that.
Sure. You're welcome. All right. Any other questions? All right, then we will open it up for public comment. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion or any further discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve board policy 521 as proposed.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jackson, a second by Ms. Knighting. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Peters, for your work on that. I appreciate it. Okay, we are now getting to general public comment in our meeting. A little later than normal, but anyway, we will open public comment. And this is for anything not on the agenda item. An item on the agenda. There we go. Do we have any online? All right, and none from the audience. We will close public comment. All right, we will move on to consent items.
Trustee Wagstaff or President Wagstaff, can I provide some clarity on the personnel pages for the board before the board can ask to pull that item? It's up to you.
I was going to ask if we could pull the personnel report to vote on it separately from consent.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll do it that way. All right, so we will pull the personnel report and take the other consent items. Anything else that anyone would like to pull?
Not that I want to pull, but just a question on one. I would like Superintendent Alvarado just to explain on 115, board policy 115, the social networking. Can you explain what social media accounts are referenced in this board policy and how that why volunteers would be a part of that?
Yeah, so if school sites have volunteers monitoring or managing social media that is tied to a school or to the district would ask for the usernames and password because they're representing the district at that time. At no point in time would the district ever ask for a personal, social media account. These are only district or school affiliated social media accounts in which we would want authority over.
Okay, thank you.
So would that be like for our sports programs or our parent groups or things like that? Or are you talking about something that's like a direct?
Yeah, so let's use an example. I believe up at Wattel, there is either a student or a volunteer managing the Facebook up there. So in that particular situation, we would reach out to that staff, that principal, and ask them to retrieve the username and password. We would log in one time just to verify that it works because they're representing the district, and we have every right to control a social media account that's representing the district.
I believe there might be an Instagram that the students use to promote activities and things that are going on at the school.
Yeah.
All right, so then we will take should we take public comment and then come back to the vouchers?
Public comment, vote on consent, then we'll talk about the personnel pages, not the vouchers.
Do we then take public comment on the personnel pages as well?
Yes, because it's a separate item now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just,
Yeah, it's its own standing item.
okay. All right. So we will open public comment for our consent items. And the personnel report will be separate.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. If there could be some clarification that it is for volunteers who are in charge of social media, because I did not read that at all in this policy. I've read this as any volunteer coming into the school, that if you post anything on social media that is, the district is, has a problem with or something, that you could be reprimanded. So if you could put something in there that this is for volunteers who are in charge of district social media, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, we will close public comment at this time. Bring it back to the board. Mr. Alvarado? Did you, you acted like you wanted to say something, sorry.
I was going to respond to that, but we'll take care of that in-house.
Okay. All right, then I bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Just to approve the consent items.
So I have a motion by Ms. Jansen, by Ms. Knighting, and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion?
Clarification, that's absent item D.
Correct.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, our personnel report. Mr. Alvarado.
Okay, so to provide some information to the board, it's no secret we're in a fiscal emergency. As we developed a fiscal stabilization and recovery plan for the Department of Taxation, we've also implemented a strict hiring freeze. So for certain positions, we're looking to hire for within. There are administrator positions in which we're transferring administrators through a lateral movement, never a promotional movement. And so we have to utilize the staff that we have. We can control the expenditures that way. We can estimate the cost for salary and benefits that way. If we were to open up an advertisement externally, we don't know who we would recruit or attract, and we wouldn't have any control over placement on the salary schedule if we get a 25-year veteran, which would be a substantial cost and substantial impact to our budget. I've spoke to CLGF, this is a recommendation from them going all the way back to January. They want us to utilize our current staff for positions. At the point we cannot fill a position internally, then we have to go external. And so I just want to stay true to our words, true to our plan. That shows consistency to the Department of Taxation and to our employees, that we have to move forward with that strict hiring freeze. Any follow-up questions on that?
Ms. Knighting?
Do we ever open it up internally for internal applicants?
Yeah, so each of the collective bargaining agreements and the meet and confers, have criteria for when we open up internally. If there's no interest internally, that's where we look at doing a directed transfer.
And did that take place? Has that taken place in all of our?
For the administrative transfer?
administrative.
Yes. Yeah.
Any other questions? Ms. Jackson?
I do have one. So can you just explain to us, because at Wattell, we went from a model of having a principal and just explain like what the difference in salary is going to be in this new model and how we got to there.
Yeah, so looking at the financial impact, so I'm not sure how long ago, it could be 4 or 5 or even 6 years ago, the district changed the model up at the Lake Schools. The Lake Schools previously had a principal and a principal at each school site. And then they consolidated one of those principal positions into a vice principal position. As we received a resignation or retirement notice from the current vice principal, this is an opportune time to go back to a principal and principal model. It's about a $6,000 impact, which isn't a huge impact, to provide a principal for each of the buildings, in which they can have a deeper focus on teaching and learning, supporting teachers, supporting parents and students, and all of those things that help create a well-engaged school climate.
Ms. Miller?
We, as a board, have collectively received multiple emails from families that are concerned with this. I understand that the board's situation, the district situation with the fiscal impact. I just wanted to make sure that we are addressing concerns, for the community, that I represent in this aspect. When the model changed, it was in 2019. The community was not informed, I think, very well of going to the current model that we have. And so I just want to make sure that we stay on top of this, and have better communication with how the board is going to go forward with changes. It's been a little bit of a tumultuous process, I think, on the community side is what they think. And I want to make sure that we're hearing that, because those are our constituents at the end of the day. And that is, we want to make sure our students are getting the best possible education as well.
Absolutely. And the district would never communicate in advance of a board action. So based upon the board action tonight, we will issue a communication. It wouldn't make sense for us to issue a communication and the board votes in a different direction. That never looks good. So we will be in lockstep with the board, send out a communication tomorrow. Mrs. Peters oversees the Lake Schools. She has worked to schedule a parent meeting. What we've been telling parents is, although there wasn't a lot of parent input and staff input on the selection, the next steps to create the roadmap for the school up there will be infused with input from students, staff, and parents to design the roadmap on what the future would look like at George Wattell High School. Similar to the process we utilize for the interview process, and then we provide that information to an applicant and they design a roadmap and then present that in an interview. We're just doing it on the flip side. And that first meeting that we're having with parents is next Tuesday in the afternoon. So I will be there. Principal Braxman will be there, as well as Mrs. Peters, and we'll meet with parents. And then Mrs. Peters will schedule a follow-up with staff and students.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Is this different than how it has been done before? Not having the input before? Is this a unique?
Since I've been here, yes. Typically I try to do the input ahead of time, but when you don't have people that are willing to apply for a transfer, either promotional or lateral, then we have to find the person with the most experience that's relative to the school site. Right. And looking at Aspire High School, which is an alternative school, they do have a 7th through 12th grade program, very similar to what Wattell offers. They offer a 6th through 12th grade program. And so that's why the decisions were made to do a transfer.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Well, there's probably going to be questions about Aspire, what we're going to do. So
yeah.
I might as well share that information as well and get it out there. We're going to post an internal vacancy. And if there's no transfers into that position, people applying for a transfer either laterally or promotionally, then we will put that out to our aspiring administrators in the district and hire from within. And all of our aspiring administrators are teachers.
Good.
I did forget to ask, just for clarification for athletics for Wattell, since that was the vice principal's role.
So that's not part of the personnel pages.
Okay.
But we will consider, I'll share the information. We'll consider a teacher release period to manage athletics. And during the transition, we'll plan that out and then advertise that internally amongst the Wattell staff.
Okay. I just know that that's going to be a concern as well. So
yes.
Any other questions? All right. A motion. Oh, no, public comment. Public comment on personnel report. All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment.
I'd move to approve personnel report number 26-05.
I have a motion by Mr. Brady
Second.
and a second by Mr. Zinke. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Motion carries 6-1 with Miller. Normally I've not had to do the, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Agenda item number 13, Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, so through legislation, AB 398, the legislature has set aside dollars that districts can apply for through two different pathways. Pathway one is a hiring incentive for teachers to be hired for vacant positions in Title I schools. And pathway two, which this resolution is written for, is to provide a retention grant incentive for our teachers. In order to do that, the board has to declare these positions as hard to fill. So within this resolution, it provides not only the declaration for these positions to be hard to fill, but also authorizes district staff to submit an application for the grant money. The positions that are hard to fill are any of our teachers that are teaching English language arts, mathematics, science, or special education. All elementary teachers would qualify for this. They all teach 4 subjects. But in secondary, you have to teach in one of these specific positions. Mrs. Willoughby has been in contact with Megan Peterson at the Department of Education. I sent an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, to provide incentive money to our teachers. Ms. Lamb and I just had a discussion right before the meeting. There's a couple components that I want to add to that MOU. And then I believe she will execute it, and then I'll bring that back to the June board meeting while Mrs. Willoughby works with Mrs. Dwyer to apply for this grant incentive, and then we give it to our employees.
All right. Any questions? Ms. Jackson.
I have 2 questions for you. One, if you can explain why you're making this a resolution, because you've said, that's not, it's not always done that way. And then my other question is, how will those funds be used? Like, how will we use that for an incentive for these teachers?
Yeah, so a resolution will extend not only in this fiscal year, but also the next fiscal year. It'll be good until the money's exhausted, so we won't have to bring back multiple items 2 years in a row or bring an item that's crosses over multiple fiscal years. So that is why we decided to go this route. Mr. Catola did prepare the resolution, did all of the review of the Assembly Bill 398, and the resolution satisfies all of those requirements and puts it all into one package for us. Second question, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, that was, how are we going to use these funds? Like, how would this be used to?
Yeah, so first we need the MOU with the association. Mrs. Willoughby will work with Mrs. Dwyer to identify the employees in these positions. Then we'll look at the grant funds that were allocated to us, which is right around $500,000. I believe that's over 2 fiscal years. And then we will come up with a formula to apply the retention incentive for employees to stay with us. And then we'll distribute that out to every employee. Every employee that's in these positions will receive the same amount. We're not going to designate a different amount for a different position. All employees will receive the same dollar amount.
So would that, almost be like a bonus, like they're just going to get a.
Yeah, it's called a retention grant incentive. Yeah, so with that, we retain them here in the district and they don't go out and pursue additional money somewhere else. Yeah, that's the intent of it. So we don't lose staff.
Any other questions? Ms. Miller?
So with this retention bonus, they receive it at a certain point, either the beginning, the end of a school year contract. If they receive it at the beginning, do they have to pay it back if they don't stay the full time? Like, I want to make sure we understand all of the ins and outs.
Definitely. That's getting into, the boots on the ground piece, the operational pieces.
I just know that those are questions.
Clarity for that. So we need to put all these pieces in place. First, the resolution, then the MOU, then Mrs. Dwyer and Mrs. Willoughby can work with the state, apply for these grant incentive, determine what we'll give every teacher. It's good for 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 26 and 27. We want to apply it for both fiscal years, so we don't want to wipe out the grant in year 1. And so they'll create a formula that provides every employee in these positions with the same incentive.
Perfect. Thank you.
Most likely it's going to come in the summertime.
Any other questions? All right, then we will go to public comment.
for the resolution. Agenda item, I moved my page. 13. All right, seeing as there is no public comment, we will close it at this time. Any other questions
Motion?
or a motion?
Yeah.
Mr. Brady?
Pursuant to Assembly Bill 398, I would move that we approve Resolution 26-04 relative to hard-to-fill positions.
I will second that.
Motion by Mr. Brady and a second by Ms. Knighting. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we are on to agenda item number 17.
Okay, similar to the tentative agreement with the bus drivers, our Douglas County Administrator Association has a meet and confer agreement. They're not an official association with the union representing them. And so I met with Blaine. We discussed a compromise within their contract. Similar to the bus drivers, we're looking at a temporary 5-day work reduction, 1-year work reduction. Within this MOU here, you'll see the term of the meet and confer is from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2027. So it'll satisfy this entire biennium. Talked about the 5-day work reduction. And then there's a temporary modification to the paid vacation. Our administrators receive 2 paid vacation days a year. In the current language, they're allowed to accrue up to 8 days. And then in the current language, any days in excess of 8 days, the district has to pay out. And it's just not fiscally responsible to continue to pay out these days. So what we've agreed to is to increase that accrual to 14 days. And once again, this is a temporary 1-year agreement. If somebody decides to retire next year, there is a provision in there that they can get paid out all of their accrued vacation time. I don't anticipate any retirements, but you never know who makes that decision.
Any questions? Ms. Jackson?
I just have one question that I guess I can ask at this time, but just as part of this, is there a way you can give us an update on the other bargaining groups, or when would that be possible?
I was hoping to do that in my superintendent report, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, then we will go ahead and open public comment on agenda item number 17. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for further discussion, questions, or possible motion.
I'd like to make a motion of the approval of the modification of Douglas County School District and Douglas County Administrators Association meet and confer document for 2025 to 2027, sorry.
I second.
A motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Ms. Jackson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 18, amendment of our board meeting dates and locations. A question that I had, I know that I'm assuming that all of you have reviewed the document. I know we were talking about moving our June meeting from the 25th to the 18th. That will be up at the lake. And I think we're all, hopefully all, that's good.
One of the reasons, just so everyone is aware, is there's going to be work on the fire sprinklers, and that Thursday, if they are not done on the 25th, they will be continuing to test them even through the evening during our board meeting. So
That could be really eventful.
just kind of letting everyone know that if they're not done by 3 o'clock, that's going to affect us if we keep it on the 25th.
Okay. So I think that's a good move. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a reason, or tell me the reason, why we moved the July 16th to the 23rd? Does anybody know?
Renee, did you have a conversation with the board member? I'm trying to recall exactly the movement on this.
At one of the meetings, the board had mentioned that they wanted to possibly get rid of the July meeting altogether.
Right.
So it's just on there to where, do you want to move it? Do you want to get rid of it? It's just kind of something that you guys brought up, and
Okay.
I figured you guys should decide.
Okay. Just wanted to get clarification. So on July 23rd, I'm going to be in Oklahoma. So I won't be here for that meeting. And I'll be driving, so I won't be able to be on the phone.
I also will not be able to make the June 18th meeting.
Okay. So what would we as a board like to do?
Well, first off, do we have to have a meeting in both months to pay for payables and what have you?
If it's all dependent on the terms that we agreed to in our collective bargaining agreement. So right now there's a consideration to adjust the contract term. Right now the term is August 1st through July 31st. If we adjust that to July 1 to June 30th to align with the fiscal year, I believe our business office will need a meeting in July.
Is July 16th the third Thursday? Okay. So then maybe we should retain the date as the 16th and not move it to the 23rd. And I think for our June meeting, I think that, sorry, Mr. Zinke, but I think we move it to the 18th because I don't want to chance fire alarms going off while we're trying to hold a meeting.
Well, we could just move the meeting from the lake, right?
And then do the July one at the lake.
There's no air conditioning at the lake.
Then it will be short.
It would be a short meeting. Yes, it would. Well, what are other people's thoughts?
Well, I wanted to thank you for moving it from the 25th to the 18th because my daughter's bridal shower is on the 27th at my house. So I'll have a full house already on the Thursday. So I appreciate that it got moved, and thank you, whoever did.
Okay. Other thoughts? Yes, we're talking about keeping July 16th because if we change contract alignment, we need to have a meeting.
Okay.
Could we get away with not doing one in June?
We have too many
Okay,
business
business
items
items.
right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's next month. I'm thinking
Yeah. I
that.
mean, that's why our agenda,
I know, right?
that's why our agenda is so packed, right? And potentially we would bring back a classified tentative agreement in June.
I don't want the minutes to reflect we're trying to get out of work.
So you can consider, school's not in session except for summer school. You can consider a morning meeting for June and July if that's what the board would like to do.
The only problem with that is that a lot of our constituents work at night. I mean, work during the day, they still have to go to work. And so they would not be able to attend a morning meeting. And that's
Yeah, they do. They would have proper notice, right? It's May 19th. You know, we're talking about a month away in June, 2 months away in July. It is the board's meeting in the public. It's not the public's meeting with the board. So I think you have to make a decision in the best interest of the board at this time. If this was during the school year, that's a whole different
Right.
situation, right?
What is everyone's thought on that?
I'm good with moving the June meeting up a week and keeping July 16th.
What about time? Do you want to keep it at 4 o'clock?
Time doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure that we give it an ample notice.
Anybody else? Well, if we're going to do it at the lake, then maybe we should do a morning meeting because there's no air conditioning. That's a big deal for me. Sorry, guys.
Why did the June one switch from the 25th to the 18th?
Because of the fire alarms that are going to be,
At the lake.
well, technically
Or
it
we
should be the third Thursday, which would be the 18th, but last year the third Thursday was June 19th, and so we had to move it back a week for the federal holiday.
I understand that. I'm just saying I made plans with it on the 25th, and now those plans interfere with the 18th. And so I was just curious why it changed to the 18th.
I don't think there's any good other than was based on what we had done last year. So
Trustee Zinke, you return on the 18th or you're returning after the 18th?
On the 18th, yeah, I'll be on an airplane for that entire time.
Does the board want to consider the 22nd, a Monday? I mean, do you have the flexibility to pick other dates than what's designated on the actual document?
no.
Does that conflict with legal in case we need legal here?
Well, we'll be able to send someone here. It probably works for me or Ryan or somebody else. Yeah, we'll be okay. Accommodate whatever.
That week they're testing the fire sprinklers, so we would not be able to have it at the lake.
Oh, we'd have to change location. Yeah.
Yes, because I don't know at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, the 22nd, if they'd still be testing or not.
Then maybe we should move it to Monday, the 22nd, 4 o'clock in the valley. All right.
If we're doing it in the valley, we can keep it on the 25th.
Oh,
I'm just, I'm just saying that.
That makes, yes, we could keep it on the 25th. And just change the location. Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Then we will make that modification. And then for July, can we keep it on the 16th? As that is the third Thursday?
I think that
Does
one
work
works.
for everybody?
So yeah, basically we just want to go back to the original, except just change the location for June, but go back to the original dates of the 25th and the 16th. I think that works.
Okay. That works. All right. Does that
Just
work?
for concession to Miss Miller, did we want to change a different venue later so that there's an appropriate number at the lake?
I appreciate that, Mr. Zinke. Usually there's only 2, so it was very nice to see 3. However, I don't think August would be ideal to have up at the lake since August is a hotter month. And then after October, we're looking at potential snow. Would September work? If we wanted, then it's back to back.
You come down to the valley all the time.
You're right, I do. Just want to be considerate of others.
Okay. Need more input, people.
I would say let's just change as little as we can and keep it the same, except moving it from June from the lake to the valley. And then we've made
And then we
one-
just
and
stick with June 25th in the
just
valley,
stick with-
June, July 16th in the valley.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. Does that work for everybody? Okay, we need to get public comment on that. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the amended draft board meetings, keeping Thursday, June 25th, moving the location to the valley, keeping Thursday, July 16th in the valley.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Miller, second by Mr. Brady. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, the next item is agenda item number 19, the amendment to the appointment of board representative. Yeah. It's almost 9 o'clock. All right. So I asked for this item to be brought back to the board because we have Mr. Brady joined us and he's not on any committees. And so, and somehow I ended up on the Debt Management Commission. I'm not sure how that happened. So we're just here to discuss if we want to change anything.
I would welcome the opportunity to serve on the school safety task force
That would be
as
fantastic.
the alternate.
Okay.
So I was originally the alternate for debt management from Dave Burns. So I can be moved up, but we'll need an alternative for debt management.
So Heather right now is debt
I can stay on as alternate, or if you want me to be the trustee for it and you be the alternate, I'm fine with that either.
That works.
I don't mind doing either one.
That works for that. I'm good with that because for the Nevada Association of School Boards, I believe since I'm the legislative representative, Ms. Wagstaff had asked that I step into one of those roles. For NASB?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll take debt management
Okay.
as the
Thank you.
trustee.
All right. And then Mr. Brady will be on the school task force. Anything else that anyone would like to address?
So for NASB, do you want me to be the main? You right now it's listed as you and Yvonne or you and Melinda.
It doesn't matter how two people can go to the meeting. We only get one vote.
Okay, so do you want me to take Melinda's spot?
That works for me if you would like to do that.
That's fine, since I have a legislative meeting coming up, so with NASB.
Perfect. All right. Anything else?
We don't have an alternates for the chambers, but I don't know if we necessarily need those.
I don't know that we necessarily need them.
I can be the alternate for the chamber down in the valley since I usually go anyway.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I was just gonna say, you can put me on as the alternate for the Tahoe one, so.
Awesome.
I'm fine with
Thank
that.
you. All right. All right. We will open public comment for this at this time. Seeing as there is none, we will close it. Do we make a motion on this? Yeah, possible action. I'm telling you, sleep deprivation is not good. All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion with the discussed amendments to the representation of the numerous committees as discussed.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Miller, second by Ms. Jansen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Zinke's not there anymore.
I'm here. I said aye.
Okay.
It's hit and miss.
Yeah. All right. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Board policy, agenda item number 20, board policy 518, graduation requirements. Yes, that's fine. Ms. Peters.
Good to have you back. Hello again. Yeah. So we have made some adjustments to graduation requirements. Kira Brown, Douglas High School counselor, has helped with this. This started because in the last legislative session, Assembly Bill 501 allows for students in 7th through 12th grade to earn outdoor recreation credit, up to 2 credits as elective credit. And so that has been added onto the second page of the board policy. And then when we were looking at this, there were some other things that needed to be changed. For example, on the first page on that table, the Millennium Scholarship requirement is kind of out of place when that table is all about types of diplomas. So it was just cleaning up the policy and then adding in what that Assembly bill allows for. And so with that, we have made a couple changes to administrative regulations. Also, I created an entirely new outdoor recreation credit administration regulation that outlines what students can do in order to get that elective credit. So things like rebuilding trails, bird watching is actually listed in the Assembly bill as something that could be an outdoor recreational activity. I think about students maybe that are like in Boy Scouts or getting their Eagle Scout. I think there's a lot of things like that that could potentially transfer to elective credit for students in middle school and high school. So that administration regulation has been created, and there will be some documents as far as application and contract documenting with their mentor teacher their hours and things that they're doing. And then we also have AR 518G, which is exemption of credit for students for PE. And so students now can have up to 2 credits of PE exempted if they are doing things outside of school. So the state will send out updates as far as what kinds of activities count. And so we've made the AR a little more broad, so we don't have to keep just bringing it back every time they add another activity that can count. So we're just trying to work smarter, not harder. So if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Ms. Miller.
So when I click on the board memo and it talks about attachments for the AR, I don't actually see the AR, so I'm not sure why.
The AR is in informational items down at the bottom of the agenda.
Thank you. For some reason, I couldn't find it, so thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Peters. You're welcome. Appreciate your time. We will open it up for public comment at this time. Seeing as there is none, we will close it and bring it back to the board for a motion. Oh, it's just discussion because it's first reading. Yep. Never mind. Not a motion. We'll see you again next month. All right. We will very quickly run through board reports. Who would like to start us off? Ms. Jansen?
Trustees, I'm going to dismiss the cabinet team.
Yes.
We have an early meeting.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I was really hopeful we'd be done by 9, but I tried. Well, hurry up. Board reports. How fast can you do it? I did a lot of things. Moving on.
We ready?
Go.
Okay, so on April 28th, 4 of us, Ms. Knighting, myself, Ms. Miller, and Mr. Brady went with several members of the legislature and some employees of the governor. And we went to Jacks Valley School, Pinion Hills, Douglas High School, where the culinary class made us a lovely lunch. And then we went to Scarcelli and Powaloo, and it was a really great day. And I was just going to go over a little bit of the Nevada Department of Education's meetings, but just that they worked on competency-based learning and roadmap language for personalized competency-based learning, and opportunities for bridge building with related statewide competency-based educational efforts. So that's all I have.
Go.
So I serve on the Health Advisory Committee, and just so you know, it was a good month for our insurance. So we cut into the negative there. So that was good. I attended the Zoom for the Department of Taxation meeting today, and it went really well. I attended the annual meeting for conference for PULPAC on April 16th and 17th. One thing that came out of there that we will want to look at for future agenda items is they focused on acceptable use policies for AI in the schools and the need for that. The other things were covered by the guests today on the insurance. They talked a lot about that. I attended the governance and stability training on April 13th, provided by Ryan Russell, and the school tours that Trustee Jansen talked about. I participated in the Aspire mock interviews on May 7th, and I was really impressed with our students. They did a great job. They all were dressed professionally with their resumes and had great goals. I attended the Students Farmer Market at the Nevada Legislature on May 14th, and hopefully those tomatoes survive that I bought. And I attended the presentation beforehand by Green Our Planet who has sponsored the event. I also attended the state track meet that we heard about last weekend at Hike High and was able to see the athletes from both Douglas and Wattell compete. And tonight, before I came, I got an early sneak peek of the art show at Douglas, and we have very talented students.
Ms. Miller?
So I attended the governance training on the 13th, the pool pack training, 16th, 17th. On the 21st, I went to the Lake Tahoe Chamber meeting, where they talked about some infrastructure bills that are going on for the South Lake side, since it's a dual state. On the 22nd, I went to the NASB workshop, where it was the second part of the legislative committee in Las Vegas. On the 25th, there was another NASB workshop for a legislative discussion. I think that actually was in Vegas. I think there was a workshop before that. On the 28th, I also attended the school tour with our legislative reps and people from the governor's office. It was also the same day that there was a Warrior Way cleanup with the Douglas County Parks Department. Parents Club and Boosters was presented their check from Douglas County. I missed that since I was down here in the Valley. I've attended miscellaneous track meets and lacrosse games over the last couple of months. This past week was also the Wattell South Lake Tahoe golf tournament at Edgewood. And tomorrow night is Zephyr Cove's talent show at George Wattell High School.
I attended the day-long debriefing with LCB and some of the others from the governor's office with Susan. I can't remember what month it was, but Yvonne and myself and Frankie presented to the Business Council of Douglas County. I think it was very well received. And she's extended an invitation for us to talk at the Critical Issues Conference, which is a really important audience. So that will be in September. And then I attended the Committee on Local Government Finance today with Frankie and everybody else.
I attended several of the meetings you guys talked about, so I'm not going to go over those again. But I did also attend the meeting with our bond agent, Mr. Peterson. And I attended the Aspire end of year party at Tahoe. And that was really neat. We had about 47 kids that were there, and several of them jumped in the lake, and they all had a great time, and there was a barbecue. And yeah, it was just fun to hang out with them and see them all, I don't know, interacting together and playing together and stuff. So that was good.
All right, I was able to do the governance training. I attended the NASB Part 2 and a NASB meeting in Vegas. The NASB meeting, the hot topic was debating on whether or not to allow charter schools to have a seat on NASB. Still in discussion, no decision's been made. I attended my SAR subcommittee. That was a virtual meeting. Then I was the guest speaker at National Honor Society induction ceremony. I attended the mock interviews, and the following day they did an ice cream social and raffle for the kids, and the ice cream, just gonna say, super yummy. I attended a tree planting ceremony at Pinion Hills. That was really awesome to see the kids and being involved in that. I was able to attend the regionals dive meet and the state swim and dive meet. And our kids showed up and they did a really great job, and I was really proud of all of them. And then I attended the bond meeting and the Department of Taxation meeting, and we go to a lot of meetings. And now we'll turn the time over to
Marcus. Does Marcus?
Oh, Marcus, right. Sorry. Guy in the sky.
Okay. I'm no one tonight. It's fine. I attended the Parks and Recreation Committee. We got to tour the movie theater, which, as you all know, they have now purchased. And we went over all the plans for what they would like to do with that building. And then on a little side note, I went to Hot Air for Hope, and I bring that up because the MC of that was people from the leadership class at Douglas High School. And one of those gentlemen I interviewed last year in a mock interview, and I was super impressed, especially because he was very excited to have made leadership class. He said that was the highlight of his high school career. And so kudos to Ms. Dedman and Ms. Lamb for finding someone like that, and also to him, because if you went to Hot Air for Hope, you would have seen someone whom you would think is a professional DJ. He was amazing at what he did. I didn't realize that his name is Shane. I didn't realize that it was him until after the fact, but credit to him, he did a phenomenal job.
Thank you. All right. Future agenda items.
Okay, so I'd like to just open up this item to preface for the board. So the intent of this item is for the trustees to bring up topics for upcoming board meetings that support strategic planning, policy review, and district improvement efforts. This item does allow the board members to request reports, propose new initiatives, or to flag emerging issues that may require discussion or action by the board. I do want to just remind you, we have one more meeting in this fiscal and school calendar year. So if you want an item for June, let's limit the amount of items from June because we have a lot of business items to attend to still. And next year is a strategic planning year.
Ms. Knighting.
I would just say if we could get the AI acceptable use policy, and it doesn't have to be in June, but when I went to the Pool Pack conference and meeting, their HR may have a template or something that could even assist us in doing our own AI.
I agree.
Okay,
So to put something on the
so that-
future agenda, you have to have one person that says they want it and a second person that supports it.
Correct. There's no motion.
No.
There's no
Yeah,
action.
Not a
Yeah.
action, it's just. So. Ms. Jackson?
I'd like to, it doesn't have to be for next month, for next year, but have some kind of presentation for the PAC portion of Pool Pack. Maybe something about the workers' comp to learn about that and see if that would be a better option than what we have going on right now for our workers' compensation.
I
But
think that's a great idea.
future.
Yeah, not next month, not even in July, just.
I would agree with that. And I would say before our renewal is up.
Yes, whenever that is. We just renewed, so.
So for the PACT program, we can actually apply for that program at any point in the year. It doesn't have to align with renewal. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, for that, I've already had one initial conversation with Pool about that. We can probably schedule a presentation in July for that.
Okay. Anything else?
I know that for sports, lacrosse is on the NIAA. I don't know if that's something that needs to be brought to the board's attention. I know everyone is still waiting to hear what Washoe does, but that is something that is a sanctioned sport for the next school year. So I don't know if that needs to come to us before going forward.
My understanding is NIAA would like board action to sanction a new sport. That is something that we can add to the June agenda. I'll work with Mr. Sanger on that and make sure we have all the pieces. And I've also confirmed with Superintendent Ernst that Washoe will move forward with lacrosse.
Okay.
Okay, because we could also reach out to High Sierra Lacrosse because they've offered donations to school districts to help with funding, at least for the first year.
Yeah, because you got lots of.
Correct. And that would happen at the site level by
So-
Athletic Director, Mr. Sanger.
When we don't necessarily need that for June, correct? To make that decision about
I
sanctioning.
believe there is timelines, and we do have to process this in
Okay,
this
so-
school year, yes.
Whatever those timelines look like, we'll just trust that you can put it on the agenda.
So I did go to the NIAA meeting last month, and they said to get onto the schedule, the drop deadline is January 15th. But obviously, we would want to get ahead of that before then.
Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of order. Yeah. Anyway, those are details, not our job. Nope, that's good. All right, anything else? Mr. Zinke?
No,
Yeah.
I'm good. I would just acknowledge that I agree with Miss Miller. I don't know that anyone agreed with her for the sake of putting that on the future agenda item.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I did.
Thank you, Mr. Zinke.
Can I just make one more comment and it's not adding something to the agenda, but something I would like us to focus on. And I've been thinking about it and trying to figure out what to add, but it would be good to get back to our students in academics. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of discussion on that because we're working on consolidating schools and budget. And so if we can kind of think of some things that we would like to have for future agenda items, getting back to what we should be talking about at every board meeting. So maybe next month we can have some ideas for that.
I agree with Miss Jackson, especially I think we just finished map testing or SBAC testing. So those results should be done in a couple months.
SBAC, we don't get till the fall.
Okay, well,
But map testing is available right away. I'm just telling you. Okay. Anything else? All right. Mr. Alvarado,
All
we're
right.
gonna wrap everything else.
All of those
You're-
future
you
agenda
have-
items.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, the future agenda items are all on target with the agenda items, so I appreciate that. 3 items is definitely doable for us. I want to let you know for the acceptable use policy, Mr. Rex is handling that as the director of IT, and he will, I believe he's emailed our principals, got names of our staff that wants to be a part of the development of this policy. So we'd like to do a collaborative process rather than take a policy that's already written from somewhere else. Of course, we'll have a framework, but we're hoping to do it collaboratively to align our policy with the desire of our staff. So I can tell you AI does scare a good portion of our educators in the district, and so we should tread
Doesn't
lightly.
scare our kids.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so let's be quick on this next item. I'm going to cover item 26, informational first. So we have a summary of donations. I always like to state out all the donations for our generous community members. The DHS Automotive Program received the following vehicles. Jennifer Covey donated a 1999 Subaru Outback Legacy valued at $500. Tim Gann donated a 2005 Dodge Durango valued at $500. Jessica Schumann donated a 2002 Ford Windstar valued at $100. For Scarcelli Elementary School, they received donations for the 5th grade science camp. Elite Air Systems donated $250. M. Scott Properties $125. Marty's Appliance donated $250. Ace Hardware of Gardnerville $500. Douglas Disposal $200. Minden Dental $125. And Andrew Korchek DDS $125. For an enrollment counts, we're down 2 months in a row. So we're continuing our trend. We did have 2 months, in the spring semester where we stabilized, but we lost another 23 students, it looks like, from last month to this month. School events. So we have all of our school events listed there for end of the year promotions and graduations and celebrations. We encourage the board to let Ms. Bidart know which events that you're going to be attending, so we can communicate that out to our principals and that you have a reserved seat at each of those events. You'll see a list of administrative regulations for all of the updates for the 100 series, the AR 518G for the supervised curriculum in PE. Item F, the administrative regulation 518K new. This is what Mrs. Peters was referencing, the new outdoor recreation elective credit. And then AR 521, that's the student dress and appearance. That is going to get communicated out to all of our principals that this needs to be implemented in their parent and student handbook if they have those at their school sites. Contingency days for this Friday, May 22nd, we released that. So it's a non-student day, non-teacher work day. We do have year-round and 11-month employees that may have to work on these days. We did the same thing for Friday, June 5th. So we didn't have to use any of our contingency days this year, which is a good thing. Moving into my report. So information for the board. I met with Ron Alling with Alling and Gilson up at Lake Tahoe. He has a $5 million endowment, and he's reached out to me to create a partnership for a Boys and Girls Club at Zephyr Cove Elementary School. And so I've had 2 meetings with Ron. I've had conversations with the Boys and Girls Club of Western Nevada. The Boys and Girls Club that he's partnering with is from South Lake Tahoe. And so I plan on scheduling a meeting with Ron and Brett, who manages the Western Nevada Boys and Girls Club, to make sure we hash out any issues. And then also I've talked with Brooke 80 with Douglas County, the KO Community Center. They're closing the Roots and Wings program. And so I'm happy to report that the district did receive additional grant money, just over $160,000, to provide a pre-K program up at Zephyr Cove Elementary. Initially, we were going to close that program just because we weren't sure what the interest was. The district receives $0 for regular education pre-K students. So this is a direct hit to the general fund. It is a worthy expense. I'm glad we received additional grant money, and we have advertisements out there doing a child find search. If we have just one student identified as having a 504 or qualifies for special education, then that fully pays for that program, and then we can add regular education students to those vacant seats. So Ron and I will also meet with Brook 80 because there is an after-school program at the community center. I want to make sure we hash out the differences. There is concern from the county that this Boys and Girls Club program, which would be before and after school at Zephyr Cove, can completely wipe out the program at KO Community Center. So 2 collaborative meetings before Mr. Alling comes and provides a board presentation regarding his intention. Mrs. Willoughby will work on a lease agreement for Zephyr Cove Elementary School. Mr. Alling is willing to pay a year or possibly even 2 years in advance to support us with some of the capital projects. And then using that endowment money, you know, he's willing to modernize and update the classrooms that they'll be leasing. I'm not quite sure of the scope of that work. I think the scope of that work will be shared in his presentation, but that'll be at no cost to the district. Once again, there is a concern for the competition at KO Community Center. That's multiple decades that they've been offering that program. I would hate to just annihilate it by offering a competing program. So we just have to navigate lightly through these meetings. And I think it'd be good for the board to ask questions about those too when that presentation comes up. We've held 2 DO staff meetings. What we're looking at is role and responsibilities and organization chart. We found duplicity. We found situations where we needed to move duties from one person to another person to align with that department's responsibilities. I was happy to share that at the last meeting, you know, we had a taco potluck, which was really great to break bread with our staff and do some team building. As mentioned previously, you know, the district staff has been working disjointedly, right, in multiple buildings, multiple classrooms. And it was just great to be in the same room for multiple meetings at the same time, talking about important district issues. Yeah. Attended Business Leadership Council, provided a presentation on PCFP with Yvonne and Dave. Thank you for, you know, everything you added to that presentation. I met with Terry Willoughby, our new CFO. We did some onboarding work. I've given her a task, you know, of really researching and learning the Tyler Visions program that we have. We want to come up with pre-populated reports so that we can generate reports at the click of a button. Currently, the district operates by hand entry into an Excel sheet. It'd be nice to be automated and get things to be more efficient for us and utilize the entire suite of Tyler Visions. Right now, we just use a few components. I met with Judith Lombard, district. We are pursuing distributive leadership as a district. And so Judith will oversee the Gifted and Talented program. Last year, she supported the Inclusive Ed department with drafting a handbook. As she oversees Gifted and Talented, I'm allocating dollars from the superintendent budget. What we're noticing is we need more endorsed teachers for Gifted and Talented. So out of the superintendent budget, we're going to sponsor through an application process at every elementary and the middle schools. I'll pay for one endorsement course and also the textbooks for that course for a teacher to go out and get their endorsement. They're not free, but they come at a low cost, an RPDP program that is virtual that I'm hoping our teachers are interested in. That's going to support, you know, the revenue we bring in for Gifted and Talented. If you do an analysis of the PCFP, you'll see that we lost about 30% of our revenue in Gifted and Talented. It's because we're not being strategic and we don't have a well thought out plan. Judith presented at the last leadership meeting, giving our administrators tips and tricks on how to schedule to capture the minutes we need within Infinite Campus to get the funding from the state level. And then she'll follow up with the middle school principals to look at their master schedules. Once again, just giving them recommendations to enhance the revenue that we bring in. I attended negotiations for the bus drivers, for our teacher group, as well as a meeting for our classified group. Ms. Jackson, or Trustee Jackson, you wanted an update on negotiations. Obviously, you know where we stand with bus drivers. For classified staff, they didn't meet the timeline for ratification. So we're going to bring back that item in June. I think there's some language that they're concerned about within their collective bargaining agreement. We do have a legal opinion regarding that, and we'll get something in writing to the board via memo so that you understand what our attorney's recommendations are and why he's making those recommendations. As far as our largest group, DCPEA, they represent 75% of our salary and benefits, which is our highest expenditure in the district. Things are moving. I'm optimistic we can come to a compromise. We did receive a counter at the end of last week. Our next scheduled negotiation date is tomorrow. Once again, I'm optimistic that we can find some middle ground, a compromise. I like to treat every association the same, and I believe it's the board's desire to treat every employee the same, every association the same, really hoping that we can come to a similar agreement that we're having with all of our other units. And then once again, our administrators, that was a pretty easy process to meet with Blaine and their leadership team, and they were right on board. No issues. Really appreciate them as well. And once again, these are temporary one-year agreements that put money back into our general fund as well as our reserves. And then in the next biennium, as we find out what our new funding will be in the PCFP, if they change any levers or mechanisms there, then we can plan accordingly, and we'll have to start negotiations all over again next spring. I facilitated an LCB tour with the fiscal analysis and policy divisions. These are direct reports to the governor as well as to the Senate Education Committee. I had the opportunity to attend the National Honor Society ceremony at Douglas High School, a great event. Every year they pump out a large group of students that qualify and become new members. I attended a PLC meeting at Minden Elementary School where they were doing a brainstorming collaboration session on planning for next school year. So teachers had a lot of time to walk around, write their thoughts and ideas on chart paper. The administration there is then taking and compiling that information digitally. And then they're going to continue the discussion before they make concrete plans for next year. All right, the farmers market. What a great event that was. I had the opportunity to purchase either a tomato plant, jalapeno plant, or some bookmarks or some painted rocks from Scarcelli, Jacks Valley, CC, Powaloo, and Pinion Elementary School. Our kids were really excited for that event, and I know they look forward to it every single year. This year they did move it from the front of the legislature building into the grass area, and our students and staff appreciated being in the shade rather than in the sun. I attended the CLGF meeting this morning, and just know every time I go out to these meetings, there's a presentation that has to be prepared, right? It's not just show up and present. I have to be thoughtful about the information I'm presenting, collaborate with the cabinet team to ensure the accuracy of that information, and then I have to go speak it, right? And then live it. So just know all of these extra added events do add to the workload. It's not something that just happens. I am scheduled to testify at the Senate Education Committee on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Sometimes they take superintendents first thing. Sometimes they make us wait till 5 p.m. I've reported at both times. So I will share the final presentation to that. I believe the board has a calendar invite, and the working draft of the presentation is there. We will finalize that tomorrow at noon, and I'll submit it so they can post it to their agenda. The bond agent meeting was I learned so much about the history of bonds in Douglas County. I also learned about the capacity of bonds in the future. This summer, I'll work with Kurt at the Record Courier or Sarah to provide an update on the bonds that were issued in 2008 and 2015. So that way all the community members understand that Douglas County put that bond money to good use. it didn't go to ruin or to waste. So, all right, I think that's all I have for my report. So thank you.
That was longer than 2 minutes.
I know it was.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll let it
I
slide this
I
time.
only
No,
reported
you're
half
fine.
of the items I have.
You're fine. I'm just giving you a hard
Oh, I
time,
know.
Mr. Alvarado. I'm sorry. And with that, our meeting is adjourned.